Okay, let's do this. Welcome everybody. This is live, unless of course you're watching this on a replay, but whether you're watching live or on a replay, welcome. My name is Mark. Great to see all of you here. If you're a return visitor, if you're just joining me for the first time ever, I do fireworks. I like to do these live streams, and when I set up all my fireworks for my displays, it's nearly bonfire night here in the UK, and I've got two big displays coming up this year, one on Sunday the 3rd over in Liverpool, and one on bonfire night itself closer to home. So that's what I'm going to be setting up for over the next few nights, over the next week or so. I'm going to be pottering away in here, getting as much prepared in advance as I safely can do, and I'll stream a lot of that as well so you guys can come along for the ride. I did this last year and I know you guys really enjoyed it. And we had a lot of fun on the streams. I did over 24 hours worth, I think, of streaming in total over the course of a week and a half, 2 weeks last year. And it was great fun. I loved it, and I loved interacting with you guys. And so many of you have messaged me saying, when are you going to do it again? When are you going to, is it coming back this year? Yes, it's back. We're live right now. Here we are. I know you found it really useful as well. I know a lot of you got a lot of tips and things out of the streams last year. And I hope they translated into some of your displays last year, or indeed this year as well. So let's say hello to a few people in the chat. Baby Lisa is ready for Halloween, was first in the chat. Today I'm just going to call you Baby Lisa for short tonight, but welcome in, Lisa. Ollie Clack was here, says, yay, I'm so excited. My firework order has just arrived. Great. Yes, I've got most of my fireworks for my displays. I probably, well, say most, probably about 2/3. There's still some I'm waiting for. We'll talk a bit more about why fireworks have been late this year for a lot of people a little bit later on. But welcome in, Ollie. Craig Whiteman is here. He says, here we go. Good evening, Mark. Good evening to you, Craig. Thanks for being here. Joseph Leader is here saying, ooh, live pyro. First time here. You're a winner, Marco. Joseph, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoy this stream. I don't know how long we're going to stream for this evening. I have an idea of what I want to get done. But for those of you who were here last year when I did these streams, I didn't get half of what I wanted to do because I just spent the whole evening talking to you guys, but I enjoy that as well. So welcome in, Joseph, for your first time here. If you're new to my channel as well, if this is your first time to a live, great. If you're new to my channel, why not click subscribe if you like fireworks? I do all kinds of firework reviews, live streams, all those kind of good things. It's always family friendly, my content, and I always promote safe, responsible use of fireworks. Bulletproof Mum is here. Bulletproof Mum, welcome in. She says, good evening. Good to see you back. Nice to see you here as well. I hope your evening's going well. I hope your prep's going well if you've started your prep for your displays this year. I have actually started my prep. I started it a week or so ago. But I was waiting for fireworks, and now I've got some fireworks, so I can actually do some kind of prep, some more useful prep, rather than me just sawing wood and things. Not very exciting on a live stream, so I've done that off stream. But now that I've got some fireworks, we can start assembling some bits. And tonight I want to start assembling my fountain boards. If you saw the stream last year, I set up these 5 fountain boards on speaker stands. They worked really well. If you saw my my video from the display I did in Liverpool last year, you'll have seen these in action. So I'm going to use them again. I've stripped them all back, taken all the brackets off and stuff, and we're going to repurpose them and put different fireworks on for this year. So I've got 5 fountain boards. I want to try and get all 5 pretty much done tonight on this stream. Whether that'll happen or not, we'll see. This is for my display in Liverpool on Sunday the 3rd. As I say, I've got another display closer to home in Manchester on bonfire night itself, which is really exciting. A new venue. It's going to be on a football pitch, which is unusual. That presents some challenges because, of course, I can't hammer great big stakes into the ground to secure cakes and things like that. So there's going to be some things I do slightly differently, and we'll cover those on a later stream in the next few days or early next week. So there's going to be fountain boards for those as well. These are the 5 fountain boards I've got for my display in Liverpool. So we're going to set those up on this stream. So there'll be another 5 to set up, completely different for my other display as well. We'll probably put that on the stream as well at some point as well. I keep saying as well as a lot, don't I? You have to bear with me as well tonight, guys. My throat's been quite sore today, a bit guitar-y. So we'll see how far we can go tonight with this stream. Hopefully my voice will hold out. I've got some juice down here to keep me going as well. And thank you for your company this evening. If you're watching this live, I know a lot of you like to do this whilst you're doing your own prep for your firework displays. A lot of you just like this on in background whilst you're doing work or just listening. You're not necessarily watching, but listening. I appreciate that as well. And I appreciate all you guys watching this on the replay in the future, whenever that may be. Do leave a comment on this video and I'll be sure to see it and respond. Joseph says, gaffer tape the fountains to the goalposts, mate. Yes. I'm going to be using a lot of gaffer tape in general. You'll see that's one of the things I do use a lot of. It's great stuff. I won't be gaffer taping things to the goalposts, though, on the football pitch, but I will be securing things securely so they don't fall over and they don't damage the pitch. One of the ways to do that, obviously with fountains, put them on fountain boards, raise them off the ground. They can go really high on here, and that helps keep anything off the ground. Obviously, this doesn't really work for cakes, for barrages. We have to do those slightly differently. We'll cover those in another stream in a few days' time, because tonight I want to focus on my fountain boards. Now, Adam is here, says, Adam, hi Mark, so glad you're doing these live streams again like last year. So happy, thank you. I'll be watching to the end. Adam, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad you liked my streams last year, and thank you for being here for the duration of tonight's stream, however long it's going to be. We'll see. This isn't going to be the only stream this week. I may do another one tomorrow night. There may be some over the weekend. There'll certainly be some next week, because I've got lots to do. I've got 2 big displays to prep for. Last year on my live streams, we only prepped for 1. This year I've got 2, so twice as much stuff to do. In fact, my second show is actually bigger than my first because I've got more space. So there's probably 3 times as much prep to do than there was last year. We'll see how much we get done on the streams. I may have to do some stuff off stream if I start getting really far behind, but tonight, let's see how far we go. I'd love to get these 5 fountain boards pretty much done. We'll see how we go. And of course, I'll be interacting with you guys in the chat as well as we go. So Craig says, will you be using your new fire tech system? Yes, I will. For those of you who are new to my channel, I used to have a firing system called WPS. I still have it. There's some remnants of it over here. It's a great system. It's a fantastic system. I had it since 2017, but sadly it's no longer made. It's no longer supported. So I needed to consider a new firing system. So a month or 2 back, I invested in a new system called FireTech, and you'll find a live unboxing video of that on my channel and some in-depth tutorials on some of the system components to that as well. There's more FireTech content coming soon. But yes, both of my shows, the one on the 3rd of November and the one on the 5th, are both going to be using FireTech, and it's going to be the first time I've tried it out in an actual display. Obviously, as you'd expect, I've done a lot of testing offline. There will be some videos coming up of that in the next few weeks as well. So yeah, I'm a little bit apprehensive because it'll be the first time using it in an actual display. Hopefully it will all work. We shall see. So yes, if you watched my streams last year, you will have seen I had all these screwed onto these fountain boards. These are slats for my WPS system. 12 channels. It means I can have 12 different cues in the show for each of these fountain boards. These I've now replaced with FireTech rails. I screwed these on the back earlier. FireTech rails are 16 channel rails as opposed to 12 channels. So potentially I can have more fireworks on these boards, although space is quite limited on these. So we'll see. But yes, I will be using my FireTech system, and I'm sure we'll be talking about FireTech throughout these streams as well. And we got 9 people watching at the moment, so welcome in everybody. So as I say, yes, I want to get stuck into doing my fountain boards. I did these for the first time last year. They work so well. The display I do in Liverpool, there is very limited space, so I have to limit the size of fireworks, excuse me, that I do at this display. So I do quite a lot of fountain heavy stuff fairly near the front, and using lots of little fountains. And so the best way to do that, I found, is to raise them up off the ground. If you take a little fountain and put it on the grass, yeah, your front row spectators are going to see it, but people 2-3 rows back are not going to see a little fountain like this. But you put it on a fountain board, raise it up on a speaker stand. These stands go up to about 6-7 foot. So it's a great way to use these. And so, as I say, I can only use little fountains, but I've discovered that if you use little fountains, but use them in multiples along the front of your display, you can actually get a really good professional looking effect. And in fact, if you watched my streams last year, you know that we had a big debate about which are the best fireworks, different brands, which is the best brand, which are the worst brands. And it ended up, as a result, me actually changing my shows around based on the interactions with you guys. And we actually put in some fireworks from a cheaper brand, a more value brand, shall we say, to see how they stacked up against some of the more professional consumer fireworks, and they held up really well. So we're actually going to use some of those again this year because I'm quite impressed with how they worked. So we'll get into that again in a bit. Right, so 5 fountain boards. I'm going to letter them A, B, C, D, and E. A, C, and A. A, C, and A. A, C, and E are going to have identical contents on them, and B and D are going to have identical contents on as well. You'll see I've screwed in these in a V on both D and B. These are going to have some candles on, going off in a V formation. You'll also see some of these little brackets that are already screwed on. They're to support the little fountains on here. These are just little shelving brackets. Let me see if I can find one to show you. Little shelving brackets. I'll come around here and bring this to the camera. I used these last year. You can get these off Amazon. They're really good. They're great for screwing into the wood, and then you can either cable tie or gaffer tape these to the firework. The other good thing about these is the height of them is 50 mil, so it's exactly the same height as the width of gaffer tape, which is really handy. This year I have also got, additionally, some 100 mil and 150 mil frame ties. They're going to be for some of my bigger fireworks, because as I say, for my show on the football pitch, I can't stake and tape cakes into the ground, so I have to do it a different way. I'm going to be using great big OSB boards, screwing these in, these frame ties, putting the fireworks in, and then gaffer taping securely round so they can't topple over. So frame ties, and these for the smaller fountains. So let's have a look where we are up to. Let's just check in on the chat. Joseph says, have you seen the giant massive fountain on the... Yes, I have seen the giant massive fountain. In fact, I've seen it with my own eyes. I was given one to test. I fired it 2 nights ago. I filmed it. I've not had a chance yet to put the footage up on my channel. It will go up probably tomorrow now. But I've seen the new Celtic fountain. It's incredible. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Celtic Fireworks, really reputable brand of fireworks. They do both professional and consumer fireworks here in the UK. They brought in a new firework. It was designed to be a category F4 firework, so not available to consumers, just for use in professional displays. They managed to actually get it categorized as a category F3 firework, so it is available for consumers. It's incredible. It goes to a height of about 10 meters. It's the most spectacular consumer fountain I've ever seen, but it comes with a very hefty price tag of £60. It lasts for a minute. £60. Is it worth it? Well, you'll have to wait for my review video to see. But yes, I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's phenomenal, and it's coming up on my channel probably the next day or so. Baby Lisa is back. Welcome back, Lisa. Yeah, so there we are. We're caught up on the chat. So, I say, you have to excuse me. My throat's quite sore tonight. And obviously I'm going to be talking constantly for the next however many hours we go. So bear with me. I'm sure you guys will. Right, so I've kind of laid out how I want my fireworks arranged on this first board and also the second one. And then this first board is going to be replicated on this one and this one. And the second board is going to be replicated onto this one. So let me talk you through the fireworks I'm going to be putting on my fountain tables. Again, they're primarily fountains. So along the front of each, I'm going to be using these. These are standards, little traffic cones, little tiny fountains. They've each got 25 grams of net explosive content, which actually isn't bad. So one of them's green, one of them's yellow, one of them's red. I remember the old traffic light fountains you used to get when I was a kid. These are slightly different. These are not as good, in my opinion. The old traffic light fountains, it used to be a single fountain. You light it, it had a red flame, and then that changed into a yellow flame and then changed into a green flame like a traffic light. Nowadays, we have these little cones that are the 3 colours separate rather than in one firework. So we've got those along the front. We've also got where these brackets are. I was originally going to put in some of these. These are new for 2024. They're magical fountains by Fab Fireworks. Pack of 3 little conic fountains like this, and I was going to use these on my fountain table. There's a red one, a green one, and a blue one, and I saw the China footage and thought they looked quite good. I got an opportunity to fire these, excuse me, for myself earlier in the week. I wasn't that impressed, I'll be honest with you. Yes, one of them is red, one of them is green, and one of them is blue, but you only get that colour literally in the last 5 seconds or so, if that, of the fountain, and they only last about 15-20 seconds each. So prior to that, they all start the same. They're just silver sparks. Now, they're a bit boring, a bit depressing. And actually, you look at them, yes, it looks a decent sized fountain. It looks bigger, for example, than the traffic cone. But you take the paper off the bottom, and actually, the firework doesn't start till like halfway. I can put my whole finger down that tube. You can see how much air there is on the bottom of that. So the fountain itself is only like that tall. So they weren't particularly great. So I'm swapping them out for some other fountains that I fired earlier in the week by Vulcan. And if you follow my channel, you may have seen a review of those magical fountains and also of these. It's a set of 4 little fountains from Vulcan fireworks. I actually preferred these because the effects were unique and distinct between all of them. So I am going to swap out. I've got 5 boxes of those magical fountains, which I'm going to swap out for 5 sets of 4 of these. So these are the spent ones I filmed earlier in the week, but basically these are going to go on these 4 little brackets here on each of these tables. So I'll be able to fire them all together, and a line of 5 of them, even though they're only small fountains, I think 5 of them fired together and separated out across the width of my display, which is about 16 odd meters, something like that, will look quite good. So that's what these brackets are on the front. As I say, I've not replaced these yet. These are the ones I've used, so I can't put anything on those tonight, but that's what those brackets are for. Behind those and in between those are going to be the traffic light cones, the red, yellow and green, and that's going to be replicated on all 5 platforms as well. Let's just catch up on the chat. Donna is here. Donna, hello, welcome in. Hope you are well. Joseph says, I hate cone-shaped fountains. I wish they... Yes, so I'm not a big fan of conic fountains for a number of reasons. One is they're quite difficult to secure. If you've got a straight fountain, let's find a straight fountain. If you've got a straight fountain, it's very easy to butt it up against something and cable tie around it or gaffer tape around it. If you've got an odd-shaped thing like this, it's a little bit tricky. It's not the easiest. The good thing, though, about these little shelving brackets that I've got, these 50mm ones, is that you can actually bend them, even with your hand, into an angle. So you can make it so that actually, I'll bring this round to the camera so we can see. Now that I've bent this bracket, you can see that's actually kind of a perfect fit now for that. So I can screw that in, gaffer tape around there, and that fountain's not going anywhere. But the other thing I don't like about conic fountains is when they explode, when they malfunction, they go with a bit of a bang. And they're made slightly differently. So a normal sort of tubular fountain, we'll take this as an example. We'll talk about what this is in a minute, but basically it's a fountain. It has the composite all the way down. It's uniform thickness all the way throughout the tube of the fountain. True conic fountains, the powder gets wider and wider as you go down. When they're made, they have to be compressed with a lot of force to push all the composite down. Now, if these get damaged during transport, if these get dropped, you can get a crack forming in the composite inside, and that can cause, when the firework burns through, when it reaches that crack, that air gap, it can cause such a combustion that the whole thing can just explode, and it goes with like a massive bang. So conic fountains, not as safe, should we say, as they're still safe, don't get me wrong, but I prefer tubular fountains. So I'm only using small conic fountains on this. To say that my spectators are only going to be about 15 meters away from these boards, so not using anything too big. But that's what these are going to be for. Any risk assessments for fireworks? Yes, absolutely. I did a live stream actually last year all about how to risk assess for firework displays. So yeah, both these displays have been risk assessed. The risk assessment for one of them runs to about 25 pages of A4, so they're in depth. And if you want to know more about doing risk assessments, which you should all do for your displays, especially if you've got public at them, do check out my risk assessment video on my channel, and we talk through the process of how best to risk assess. Okay, so we're going to have those 4 little Vulcan fountains on each of these. Behind that, we're going to have the 3 traffic cones. And then on A, C and E, we're also going to have the Spectrum fountain from Standard Fireworks, a lovely jelly beans fountain. Little globs of like colour just kind of protrude out of the tops of these. Really nice, last about 40 seconds. I actually put a video out today of a jelly bean fountain from Jonathan's Fireworks that's new for 2024. So go check that out on my channel, see what I thought of that. But these are Spectrum fountains from Standard Fireworks. There's going to be 1, 2, 3 of those. What have we got else next to that? Next to that, we've got these. I managed to pick these up really cheap. Interestingly, you can actually get these exact same things in the States as well, in America. So for those of you watching from the States thinking, you know, I can't get any of these fireworks, this one actually is available in the United States. It's by TNT Fireworks and it's called Crickets. Tiny little fountain. It's 60 grams net explosive content, but this was like £2, if that. So I thought, let's get 5 of those and put them in a line. And that's the thing really with this display, because space is limited, I can't use really, really big fireworks, but I can use small fireworks, but use them in sufficient quantity that it makes it look a bigger effect. So 5 of these being fired simultaneously across the front of the display should be okay. So TNT Crickets fountains. We've also got, and I used these last year, they were really good, some T1, some theatrical pyrotechnics. Now, what's T1? You may have heard me talk about F2 and F3 types of fireworks, categories of fireworks. F2 fireworks in the UK are typically garden fireworks. They require a spectator distance, a safety distance of about 8 or 15 metres. Category F3 fireworks, so display fireworks, they require at least 25 metre spectator distance. For this display that I'm setting these up for, I don't quite have that distance, so there's no F3 products in use in this display. Everything's F2 or F1, which typically requires a safety distance of 1 metre, or T1, which is a theatrical pyrotechnic. These are little crackle mines. If you watched my streams last year, you will have seen these. They're really nice. They come with a pre-wired igniter. You put an electrical current through there, it sends out a crackle comet out of these. So there's going to be one of these on each of the 5 boards that are going to be part of the finale for this display. There's also on here a couple of little fountains. Standards, It's Oh So Quiet. I picked this up quite cheaply. So 3 of those on the 3 alternate boards. A couple of Yorgi SOS fountains. These are good. I like Yorgi products. SOS, 3 of these. And then finally on this board, I managed to pick these up recently. These are T1 as well. These are by Celtic Fireworks, but they're blue Bengal flame. So basically it's not going to be showers of sparks. It's going to be a nice blue flame. Lasts 60 seconds. I've yet to actually see these, excuse me, in person or even a video of them. They're quite new. They've only just come into the country, but I've got 5 of them. So I'm going to put these on the boards and have these going off together. They're T1, so theatrical. Now, normally theatrical pyrotechnics, like the crackle mines, things like that, they come pre-wired. Interestingly, this is a T1 product, but it doesn't. It has a normal Visco fuse like category F2, F3 products. So those will be interesting to see. 5 of those on the 5 boards. So that's kind of what we've got. Oh, and also on the front boards, we're going to have the little Yorgi white strobes. I always use these in my displays. They're great. They're little fountains, but they don't, again, no showers of sparks, basically just flashing, strobing lights. 5 of these, they look great together. So they're going on there, and there's going to be a wheel on the front as well. What wheels am I using this year? Let me see what we've got. We're going to be using some little Bright Star tricolour wheels. Let's bring these around here. Because last year I used Celtic Super Spinners. I tend to use those each year and they're very good, but I just wanted to change it up a bit this year. So this year we're going to be using some Bright Star tricolour wheels on the fronts of these boards as well. 5 of those and they're all going to fire together. Right, let me catch up on chat because I know I've been neglecting that a little bit. Baby Lisa says, joined YouTube on November the 3rd, 2020. This November the 3rd will be my channel anniversary. Okay, very good. And Don says that's good value. Yes, absolutely. I think you're probably talking about the Crickets fountain. Yes, it is good value. That's why I picked up 5 of them. We'll see what they're like. They're not going to be massive. You know, they're not going to go 5 meters high. They might go about 1 meter. But I think they've got a good duration from what I remember on here. Maybe about a minute, perhaps something like that. Maybe even longer. I can't remember, but I've never fired them before. But I've seen some video. They were quite cheap. Let's try them out. Category F2 again, so safe with the distance that I'm going to have. Some mad random person is here, says, alrighty Mark, 'tis that time of year again, and we've got the firework and the money emojis. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, fireworks are not cheap. But we'll leave it at that. Okay, so that's what's going to be on boards A, C and E. B, again, it's going to have the 4 Vulcan fountains, it's going to have the wheel, it's going to have the strobe, it's going to have the 3 traffic lights, it's going to have the Crickets fountain. It's going to have the T1 crackle mine. It's going to have the Celtic Bengal blue flame. But on these ones, we're also going to have these 100 Snappy Days by Skycrafter. Again, cheap as chips, these. Little kind of coloured pearls that just snap and crackle and things like that. How many shots are these? Well, 100, there you go. I was gonna answer my own question. 100 Snappy Days. A couple of those. Again, nice and cheap, nice and cheerful. They're not bad if you use a few of them. We're going to use 2. They're going to be fine. And this, I'm really excited this has come back because it disappeared for a number of years. In fact, I'm going to bring this round to the camera. This is from Brothers Pyrotechnics. Hocus Pocus. It's back, folks. If you know what this is, then you'll appreciate that it's back. I was really excited this is back because it's not been around for a few years. This is a, let me read its proper description. It's a combination of fountains and mines, 130 grams net explosive content, category F2. So what this does, this starts off as a fountain, and then halfway through the fountain, or a third of the way through the fountain, all of a sudden it erupts into a mine, and then it goes back to a fountain. It erupts into a mine again, and about 20 seconds later, goes back to a fountain, and then erupts into another mine as well. Audiences really like these, I've found. They're safe to use because the mine effect's not that big, but it's still enough to make the audience go, ooh. So we've got a couple of those on B and D, and that's kind of, oh, and then of course we've got, yes, we've got these V shapes. What's going on the V's? So on the V's, we're going to have some more of these. If you watched my streams last year, you'll know why I'm smiling and laughing at these. These are by Diamond Fireworks, Firestorm. The reason I'm laughing, if you don't know, so last year we were talking on the chat, and people were asking, you know, what's the best brand of fireworks? What's the worst brand? And I basically said, there's no such thing as a bad brand of fireworks. There's some that I don't use because I think they're not as good quality, but there's no such thing as a bad firework. So I was like, well, okay, I've said that now. I kind of need to, you know, stick with that and prove that. So I went out the next day and I bought some Diamond fireworks. Diamond's kind of more of a value brand. I bought these Firestorm 140 shot candle barrages. These were about £3 each, so again, not that expensive. And I thought, let's put them in my display alongside the Vulcan and the Celtic and the standard bits and see how they held up. And actually, they were all right. They weren't bad. So I've decided I'm going to use them again this year. So on here, we're going to have these Firestorms. Again, we mount them on the back. You think, oh, why is he hiding them there rather than doing them there? My audience is going to be this side of these boards. If I was to do it here, and these were to come dislodged, they could fall forward towards the audience. If I do them on the back and they get dislodged, there's absolutely no way they can fall towards the audience. The only place they can fall is backwards here. So when you're staking things up, always do the stake on the audience side. So we're going to have a couple of those on here, a couple of those on there. And then we're also going to have, we used these again last year, and these were good, a Mine Attack from Vulcan. I got these really cheap as well this year. Pack of 2 mines, fountain start mines. One is silver titanium fountain and crackle star mine. The other one is a silver titanium fountain and white strobe star mine. We used these last year. They were all right. They were quite good. I would have preferred if they were pure mine rather than a fountain start, but never mind. So we're going to do these in pairs. So we're going to have 2 of the strobe ones going off at angles and 2 of the crackle ones going off on angles. We're going to attach those onto here as well. So that's basically what we're going to have on these fountain boards. I say this is for my display in Liverpool where space is really limited. So I have to sort of scale stuff down and use smaller products. For my other display, which I'm doing closer to home in a football ground, I'm still going to be using fountain tables, but I can have bigger fountains on. So we'll set those up probably in another stream in the next week or so. So let's catch up again on the chat before we get started on assembling these. Hocus Pocus says some, yes, that's right. And let's get the spelling right because it's if you want to get this fountain, you need to spell it right. It's Hocus with a K and Pocus with a K. Great fountains. Typically, you can get these for, well, they retail, they do vary in price. Around about £8 to £10 you can get these. I actually managed to get these for about £5 each, which is an absolute steal. I won't say where I got them from because then you'll all go out and buy them and I won't have any left. But if you get hold of these are great. I say these were around for many years. They disappeared, but they've come back this year for 2024. So I've got to use some. So I'm using 2 in this display, and I think I might even be using 5 in my other display, which we'll be setting up on another stream. So Let's see what else people are saying in the chat. Spectrum is a cracking piece, says some mad random person. It is indeed. Some man, yes, it's Alan C29 off the forums. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for being here, Alan C29 from the UK firework review community. Nice to see you here. For those of you who don't know what the UKFR is, it's a forum where people in the UK, both professionals, hobbyists, display company operators, firework retailers, all kinds of people throughout the firework industry in the UK. It's a forum where we all get together and we all chat about fireworks in the UK. If you were to wrap these fireworks in tinfoil, I know you can wrap them in cling film. Would they fire through tinfoil? Yes, they would fire through tinfoil. And what I will actually be doing, I'll be using something thicker than tinfoil. I'll be using foil tape. This is aluminium foil tape. So it's like tinfoil, or aluminium foil for those of you in the US, slightly thicker. We put this on the top of the fountains, especially when you've got fountains close together, as these are going to be, and it helps prevent cross-ignition. So cross-ignition is where, if you imagine we've got two fountains close together here. If I light this fountain, and this one's right next to it, there's a chance that the sparks emitted from this fountain could actually start the next fountain. I don't want that. So to minimize that, we can use foil tape to foil across the top of it. And that should minimize. It doesn't always work, but for the most part, because these fountains are not very powerful, they don't have a long duration, they should be enough to protect them from cross-ignition. And from experience, that works absolutely fine. So yes, you can put tin foil across the top if you don't have aluminium tape. If you're going to foil the top of fountains and cakes like that, and you are using aluminium foil, make sure you get some thick stuff. You can get aluminium tin foil really cheap, but it's really thin, really flimsy. It really won't protect it from sparks at all. So get the thickest heavy duty foil you can get, or better still, get yourself some aluminium tape. Baby Lisa, what categories of fireworks are you allowed to purchase? So in the UK, anybody can purchase category F1, F2 or F3 fireworks, but you have to work for a firework company and be a professional and be a person of specialist knowledge to be able to use category F4 fireworks. So you cannot buy category F4 fireworks. If somebody offers you a category F4 firework, just say no and report it to the police, because they're not allowed to do that. We also talked about T1 pyrotechnics. Anybody can buy and use a category T1 pyrotechnic. There's also category T2 pyrotechnics, but again, you have to be a person with specialist knowledge to be able to use those. There's two more classifications of explosives, fireworks, pyrotechnics in the UK, P1 and P2. So we have F1, which is fireworks, T, which is theatrical pyrotechnics, and P, we have P1 and P2. They are typically things like the airbag in your car will have a pyrotechnic in that will detonate to make that come out really quick. They're usually P1 or T1. So not really consumer stuff. We don't really talk about them, but just for completeness, we'll mention them here. So yes, there we are. Some mad random person has already answered that question. Is that Yorgi Storm candles I see? Yes, it is. And I am going to be using some in this display. I've got some Storm 3s and some Storm 4s. I really like these Yorgi candles. In fact, I have actually also got some Dream ones and some silver spinners as well. I've got quite a few. I really like Yorgi products. They do such a good range. I've always been impressed with them. So yes, they are some candles. I'm going to be using... what am I using in this display? In this display, I think I'm using 4 Storm 4s and 4 Storm 3s. In my other display at the football ground, I think I'm using 6 Storm 4s, 6 Storm 3s, 5 Dream 1s, 12 spinners. So quite a lot of Yorgi products, but yes, well spotted. Let's have a look. Do you ever make Catherine wheels with fountains? I haven't personally. I have seen people do it. So for those of you wondering what does that mean, if you get a powerful enough fountain, these wouldn't do it, but if you get a powerful enough fountain, you could make your own wheel, attach it to it, and it should in theory spin round and make it. If you don't know what you're doing, don't make your own Catherine wheels using fountains, just buy Catherine wheels. So no, I have never made one. I have seen people do it and they are impressive, but I'm not advocating that for a minute. Craig says, is the UKFR still closed to new members? Yeah, unfortunately at the moment it is. If you're not a member though and you want to join, if you're in the UK and like fireworks or are in the fireworks industry and want to join the UK firework review community, drop me a message and I can get you an invite and we can get you on the forums. If you want my email address, if you go to my channel and go about and go to business inquiries, it shows you my email address there. Send me an email, we'll get you an invite, we can get you on. So it's invite only at the moment, the UK firework review community. I hope that will change in the future. I hope it'll be open up again to the public because it's an amazing resource. There's so much information on there going back decades. Really, really useful. 3D Printer Guy's here. Hi Mark, nice to see you back. Hello 3D Printer Guy, nice to have you back. Joseph says, yeah, there we are. I'm so far behind in chat, sorry guys. Joseph says, I still think it's invite only. It's cool that way, like a secret club. It is, but I also kind of wish it was open to the public. But hey, if you're not on the UKFR forum and you're in the UK and you like fireworks or you're in the firework industry, send me a message. We can get you an invite and get you on the forum. I'm hopefully going to be joining my local display team this year just for the experience. So hopefully I can get some hands-on with F4, says 3D Printer Guy. Yeah, that's great. That's the best way. If you want to do F4 products, if you want to get experience of F4 products, then yeah, reaching out to your local professional firework display company, they will get you on board. They will give you some training. You'll be able to get your hands on some F4 products. And to be fair, a lot of F4 products are not that dissimilar to category F3, F2 stuff. Some of the larger cakes are basically just bigger cakes that you'd get in an F3 format, but they're just an F4 format because they're a bit bigger. But of course, if you do F4, then you could also get involved using shells. Now, for those of you who are watching in the States, you probably already use shells in mortar tubes, things like that, because in the States you can do that. Over here in the UK, there, F4, you can't do that unless you are a person with specialist knowledge. So, which I am, and quite a lot of other people in the country are, but we can use, we can safely know how to use mortars and what we call shells. But for the general public, again, if somebody offers you a shell, firework, just say no and report it. 3D Printer Guy, oh yeah, I've read that one. Craig says, I'll do that, Mark. Appreciate it. Yes, that's about the invites for the forums. Yes, absolutely. Shoot me a message. I can get you an invite and we can get you on the forums. So 20 people watching at the moment. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new and thinking, what's this? Who is this? My name's Mark. I do fireworks. I do them professionally. I'm setting up for some displays that I'm doing around Bonfire Night, one on the 3rd of November over in Liverpool, and one closer to home here in Manchester on Bonfire Night itself. 3D Printer Guy says UK FR has been such a great place. Certainly I've learned so much. Yeah, and to be honest, so have I as well. I love it. It's a great community and hopefully one day it'll get opened up to the public again. But it's invite only at the moment. But as I say, we can get you involved if you message me. Right, okay. I'm going to start setting some stuff up now because we've been going, how long have we been going already? We've been going just over 35 minutes now. And I haven't really done anything other than talk, but that's fine. I'm not complaining because I love this. I love the interaction with you guys. I know you guys love these streams as well. So let's start on the first board, I guess. Let's move some of these things off just out of the way for now. Over here. And let's move that over there, these two over here. So yes, I'm using these little brackets, these little 50mm brackets, really good value. You can get these off Amazon in bulk, really good. I like the fact they're 50mm because it's the right thickness for gaffer tape, which is great. And John is here. John Surfbum says, hey to Keith. Joey's best buddy's here. Hello, Keith. Crazy Bananas, he says, welcome in. Thanks for being here. King Crowns is here as well. Evening, Mark. Love the setup. Thank you very much. Great. Right, so yeah, we're using these brackets to basically stop these fountains from toppling. So the way I do them, again, bracket side towards the audience. I'm going to screw that into the wooden board. I'm going to jut this up against the fountain like that. I'm going to bend this around because it's a conic fountain, bend it down so it's the right angle to butt up against the side of this, and then I'm going to gaffer tape it. But of course, before I gaffer tape it, I need to release the fuse so that I don't gaffer tape over the fuse. So first thing I need to do, I need to screw 3 of these into this board. So let me get my screwdriver And let me get some screws. And I will still keep checking back on chat as well as we do this. Phil Speedway 1 is here. He says, evening, hello, evening. How much NEC is in your show this year? Do you know what? That's a really great question. Let me have a little look. I'm doing 2 shows. The one in Liverpool is not as big as the one I'm doing in Manchester because the space is limited for the Liverpool one. But at the moment, let me check my quantities. So my Liverpool show is just over 12 kilograms at NEC, and my Manchester one is about 32 kilograms. So that gives you some idea of where we are up to, how big these shows are going to be. The one we're setting up for tonight, one I'm prepping these fountain boards for, is my Liverpool one. So slightly smaller because space is limited. So I don't do any category F3 products. I also limit myself to some of the smaller F2 things. So I don't do any 30mm F2 cakes. I'll basically do like 20mm. I might do the odd 25mm far enough back, but I don't do any 30mm just for safety because I don't have a massive amount of space for this one. So there we go. Hopefully that answers your question, 3D printer guy. Right, let's get putting some of these on. So these are the little standard traffic light cones, again cheap as chips, but I just wanted to put them in just for a bit of colour. So one burns red, one burns amber, yellow, and one burns green. So let's screw these in. Hopefully I'm still on. Oh, I'm still in shot. That's good. Let's screw this one in here. That's good. Oh, let's do that a bit tighter. Like that. Oh, let's move that strobe out of the way for now. Let's do another one here. Let's just stop these boards moving around. So again, these are just on speaker stands. I found these work really well. They're really stable. You know, you can put these out on your display site, and because they're tripods, because they're designed for holding speakers at height, they're really stable. And they go up to a height of about 7 foot, something like that as well. So you can get some nice height on these. If you watched my stream last year, you'll see I did these 5 and they were all at the same level. And somebody in the chat said, have you ever thought about doing them at different levels? So this year for this display, I am actually going to do these at different levels. So rather than them all being at the same height, I'm going to do them like as a pyramid. So the one in the middle is going to be higher. These two are going to be slightly lower, and the ones on the outer side are going to be slightly lower still. So rather than everything at the same height, it's going to be kind of more of a pyramid shape. I just want to mix it up a bit, see what that looks like. My show closer to home, the fountain boards themselves are actually going to be angled. So we'll look at that in another stream. For this, the boards themselves are going to be flat, but they're going to be at different heights. My other show, the boards are going to be angled because I've got more width. So nice amount. My show is just about under 8K, yeah. And you know, it's not always about the quantity of net explosives that you have in your show. Sometimes stuff with lower NEC can actually look better than stuff with higher NEC. So it's not about the numbers for me. The gunshot Roman candles are really good by Gemstone. Ideal for a show. I haven't seen those. The gunshot Roman candles. You don't mean the the Gatling gun, I hope. But maybe you do. And if you do, then we'll talk about that. Joey's Best Bud, will these be demonstration layout or these? No, these are for my actual show. So the ones I'm setting up tonight, I'm going to be using in Liverpool a week on Sunday for my show there. I've got another set of 5 boards I need to set up for my show close to home here in Manchester, which is going to be on Bonfire Night itself on the 5th. So no, this is not just a demonstration. This is actually for a show that you'll be able to watch on my channel, because I will be filming it and putting it on my channel. Or indeed, if you live in Liverpool, you can come and see the show for yourself on Sunday the 3rd. I've stolen your idea this year. I'll be working my own fountain table this year. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, fountain table's really good because, again, I can set these up in advance. Now, I'm going to be using talons on these. Talons means that I can set them up in advance. There's 2 different ways you can ignite electronically fireworks, because I'm not hand lighting these. It's all going to be electronic. You can use talons or you can use e-match. E-matches are more dangerous. If you don't know what you're doing, don't use them. And the other thing with e-match is really you should only set them up whilst you're actually on the firing site. To do that, to set up all these fountain boards with e-matches on the firing site on the day would be a job and a half. So I'm using e-match instead for these. The kegs actually going to be e-matched on this show, but all the fountains are going to be using talons, and that means I can set these up now in advance. So Phil says no, I have seen them though. Yes, talking about the Gatling guns fireworks, which there's quite a debate over at the moment in the industry. Right, let's get another bracket. Let's do this one here. So these, again, if you're just joining me, what are these 4 brackets for at the front of the boards? They are for some little Vulcan fountains. They were going to be for some fab fountains, but I'm swapping them out because I wasn't happy with the performance of them. You can find reviews for those fab magical fountains and indeed the Vulcan assortment fountains, which I'm going to be using instead. On my channel. I put them up, I think, yesterday. I put a lot of videos out in the last day or so because everything's been landing late in the UK this year. All the fireworks are only just starting to trickle into the country. Craig says, with the elevated stands, I think you'll get better value out of the fountains. Sparks can drop. Yeah, and that's exactly right. Little fountains like this on their own, on the ground, not impressive. You raise them up, they're better. Especially with fountains like, for example, not Hocus Pocus, Spectrum, a Jelly Beans fountain. Jelly Beans fountains don't go very high, but they send coloured blobs and they kind of fall over the side and drop all the way to the ground. So the higher up you can get these, the better. If you put that on the ground, it's not going to look great because the blobs are only going to go that far and then hit the ground and that's it. Raise this up, the blobs are going to cascade down. It's going to look a lot better. So yeah, I'm a big advocate for raising fountains up. Yeah, quality is much better than quantity, says 3D printer guy. And yeah, David H says, agree entirely with Craig there. Phil Speedway 1, I really recommend Diamond Fireworks Angel Tears. I went out and bought some diamond candles last year because we were having a bit of a joke about them on the stream and used them, and they actually kind of held their own. So, you know, they are improving things all the time. So I don't disregard Diamond as a brand. In fact, as I say, I'm using some in this display, and in fact, both my displays, I'm using some Diamond Firestorm candles as well. Have you not treated... Yeah, here we go. We're talking about the big Celtic one again. Charlie808 says, have you not treated yourself to the big Celtic one? So Celtic have brought out a new firework, a fountain this year. It's so new. In fact, it wasn't even intended for consumers. It was intended for professional use. So it doesn't really have an official name. It's CF0129. People are calling it the Monster Fountain. It's a massive... It goes 10 meters high and lasts 60 seconds. People are saying, oh, have you seen footage of it? I've actually seen it for myself. I was given one earlier in the week to test and to film and to review. I filmed it. I've not been able to get it up on my channel yet. It's probably coming tomorrow on my channel, so you'll be able to see what I thought of it. But wow, it's a good fountain. Very expensive, but a good fountain. Let's have a look. Joseph says, Jelly Beans Firefly fountains are epic. I'm going to try raising them up. Yes, absolutely, yes. Jelly Bean fountains, definitely raise them up. One thing I will suggest as well, if you've got a big fountain board, I mean, my fountain boards are quite small. Jelly Beans fountains, because they don't have a lot of width to them, the blobs literally kind of come out and fall down the side. So put these on narrow plinths. If you're going to raise them up, don't put it on a great big board, because then all will happen is that the blobs will just fall onto the board and you won't get the effect. You want the blobs to fall all the way down to the ground. So put them on small plinths if you're raising them up. These plinths are really quite small. They're only about 300mm wide, so everything's quite compact. So the blobs will still fall over the side of this. 3D printer guy, how will you be ending your Liverpool show? I'll be using Jeopardy by Vivid, following by Brexit. Yes, Brexit will be featuring in the finale of this display. I don't want to give too much away, but yes, Brexit will be part of the finale for this. My other display is going to have 2 Ghost Riders, similar to Brexit, but kind of red, and with some nice lingering red bits in the sky as well. So don't want to give too much away, but yes, Brexit will be part of the finale for this. Diamond was rubbish brand for years, but now they have changed suppliers in China and really good. Some really powerful fireworks. Yeah, well, I'd say I'm open to them. We gave these a go last year and they were pretty good. So yeah, I'm open to Diamond fireworks. Do you think them round wooden fence posts would be good height for Jelly Bean? Yeah, I mean, if you've got a big, I don't know, I've got a fence post in here. But yeah, anything really. I mean, the good thing about these is there's not a lot of power in them. There's not a lot of recoil. Okay, so some fountains are quite powerful. Obviously not as powerful as like cakes where there is a lot of recoil. There's not a lot of force, energy in this. So you can mount this on a wooden fence post, no problem. If the fence post is wide enough, you could actually mount this on top. I'd put some double-sided strong tape on to keep it from falling off and gaffer tape around it, make sure it can't topple. Or alternatively, probably more securely, put it up against the side of the fence post and then gaffer tape around it and the job will be a good one. So the narrower the post you can use to get this as high, the better, because then you'll get the effects falling all the way to the ground. Right, so we got as far as putting 3 of these in. Okay, I'm going to bend these back a little bit as well. So we're going to be having red, green, well, red, yellow and green as the traffic lights. Which way shall I do them? Shall I do red, yellow, green, green, yellow, red? I don't think it matters, does it? As long as it's consistent across all. I do have a bit of OCD, I think, so everything has to be uniform. So right, we've got the brackets in for those 3. Behind that, we were going to have the little cricket fountain and the spectrum fountain, and then the T1 pyrotechnic, the crackle mine on there as well. So let's get some brackets in, excuse me, for those. So how many brackets should you use on these? Well, you always put them so they're at the front. These smaller fountains only need 1 bracket. In fact, pretty much everything on here will need 1. I might do 2 on the Spectrum one just because it's a bit wider. Yeah, probably do a front and back one on that. Everything else on that board, though, can have... Oh, actually, well, I might do 2 on these as well because they're a little bit bulky. Certainly for the Hocus Pocus ones, because it's a mine, there's a bit more of a recoil. It's not a particularly strong mine, but it's... I'll do a few on those. So let's have a look where we're up to. Phil says Cosmic Fireworks is a new fountain this year called Jitterbugs. It's a lovely little fountain, lasts about a minute. They're also £2 each. Interesting, yeah. Okay, so we're going to do a bracket here for this one. I'm not actually attaching anything to these brackets yet. I'm just making sure everything's kind of positioned nicely. So I think we'll do that one this way, like that. And we'll do another one at the back of the Spectrum like that. Let's just check we've still got enough room for these things. Might just move this one around a little bit so it's not going to interfere. There we go, that will be okay, like that. That like that, that like that. That's good. Right, let's get some of these in. Right, where did I put my... Yeah, if you watched my streams last year, you'll know I'm always putting stuff down. Like, where did I put that? Right, here's my screwdriver. Ben Lambert, will you be firing them with FireTech? Yes, I will. For those of you who don't know, I recently invested in a FireTech firing system to replace my aging WPS system. And so, yes, it's going to have its first proper outing on these 2 displays. Obviously, I've done a lot of testing myself to make sure I'm confident with it. Still a little bit nervous about it, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I have no issue with it with eMatch. Quite a lot of my stuff's going to be Talons, and the Talon support from FireTech. Well, I've done some videos. I've not got them online yet, but we'll do a little mini series probably called Talking Talons, all about using Talons with FireTech and what kind of performance and reliability you get out of those. I realise I'm probably off screen here. Never mind. You can still hear me. That's the main thing. I'm just screwing in a bracket here. We go for the little crickets fountain there. 2 brackets on the Spectrum fountain from Standard Fireworks. And you can get other jelly bean fountains. There's quite a few out there now. Kim Bolton do one called Jumping Jelly Beans. Jonathan's just brought out a kind of jelly bean one called Pom Poms. A review of that and some landed footage went up on my channel earlier today. So go check that out and see what I thought. we go, 2 for that. Everyone is eyeing up the massive Celtic one. I bet it will sell out everywhere. Yes. So the Celtic one, I say, you will find a video of that coming on my channel probably tomorrow. I have filmed it. It's very impressive. There are limited quantities of it. It is selling out fast everywhere. It's very expensive. It's £60 for a 60-second fountain, but it's the most impressive fountain, consumer fountain, you're ever going to see. So if you're doing a big display and you want a wow factor and you've got the budget, it's worth it. I can't use it in this display because I've got very limited space on site, so I'm not using any F3 products. It's an entirely F2 display, as it was last year. And if you think, well, you can't do a good display with F2, go check out my video from Liverpool last year and you'll see what you can do with F2 products. You can do some impressive things. There's some good quality stuff out there these days. Phil says, have you seen the new fountain by Celtic? It looks amazing. Yes, 80 odd grand. Yes. Just talking about that. I have seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I filmed it earlier in the week. There's going to be a video of that in the next day. I know everyone's really excited by that. I know there's already footage out there from various different people. But yes, I have seen it with my own eyes. There's going to be a review of it on my channel probably tomorrow. I have filmed it, as I say. I've just not got... I've put out so many videos over the last day or so. And the reason being is all the fireworks... Normally fireworks start arriving. New fireworks start arriving about June, July time. This year, they're all kind of arriving like in the last week or so because there's been issues in China. China's had one of the wettest summers on record, and so they've not been able to dry out the fireworks. Normally when they make the little stars and things like that for the cakes, they lay them all out on the ground in the sun to dry off. They've not been able to do that. So everything's been really delayed from China this year. And there's been issues, again, with shipping from China too as well. So lots of issues this year, which means that things are still arriving, in fact, and some things are not going to arrive in time. So I know, so big, you know, hats off to all the firework retailers that are rushing around the country making deliveries last minute because things are arriving. I actually got some of my fireworks delivered at 11:15 last night was when they got delivered, because they say everything's just coming in so late that the delivery people just rushed off their feet. Please tell everyone it's rubbish, then I can get my hands on them. That's the Celtic one. Yes, Joseph, yeah, indeed. It's basically F4 rewrap. Yeah, so I say Celtic weren't intending to bring this monster fountain. People are calling it monster fountain. It's actually CF0129. It's just a product code because it wasn't ever intended to be a consumer firework. It was going to be a professional category 4 firework. They managed to get it reclassified as F3, and so it's available to anyone. And it's, boy, it's impressive. But I say there's a video coming up on my channel and a review as well. Very expensive, but you won't have seen anything quite like it. Right, another bracket, please. I'm going to say who I'm pleased to. I'm the only one here. Let's do this one, I think, under there. That's going to hold that nicely onto that. Actually, I might do that on this side. Yeah, that's going to be better. So again, I appreciate I might not be in shot at the moment, but I shall return momentarily. That's good. Right, I need to do some brackets for the SOS fountain from Yorgi. The new box by Jonathan's called Mardi Gras. Looks really nice. Interesting, I haven't seen that yet. Jonathan's do some nice bits. I have fired... Yesterday I fired their new, not yesterday, 2 days ago I fired their new pom-poms fountain, their sort of jelly beans thing. There's a review of that on my channel. I also fired Tropical Storm, which is another fountain, big fountain, meant to last 3 minutes. I fired that the other day and filmed that. Review coming up of that probably tomorrow now as well on my channel. I did a barrage pack from Jonathan's last year, the Storm Chaser barrage pack, which was really impressive. So yeah, Jonathan's do some good stuff, and their selection boxes, they've won awards for the past several years in the UK Firework Awards, which I host, by the way. They didn't win it this year, but they've won the best selection box 2-3 years, I think, on the run. So yeah, they do some good stuff. Jonathan's. Right, got some screws. Let's get some more brackets. Kamara Brocade, Chris is here, says evening Mark, evening Chris, how are you this evening? I hope you're good. Hope you're well, hope your prep's going well for your displays. Right, we'll put some brackets on there. Whoop. That's good, on there. So yeah, if you're just joining me, my name's Mark. I do fireworks. I'm setting up some fountain tables for a display I'm doing in Liverpool a week on Sunday. I've got another display on Bonfire Night itself, which I need to set up more fountain tables for. But the space for this one is quite limited, so everything is category F2 max. So smaller stuff because the audience is not that far away. But you can still do some pretty impressive things with F2 products, which if you've seen my displays in Liverpool before, you will know. So I'm currently just putting these little corner brackets on to keep the fireworks in place. I'm then going to gaffer tape around these to stop these falling out. You can cable tie them. One thing you do have to be careful with cable tying, more so with candles rather than fountains, but if you do the cable ties too tight, you can actually choke the candle and actually make it so the shots don't escape and it explodes and it's a bit of a mess. So just got to be careful of that when you cable tie. Fountains is less of an issue. I could cable tie these. I personally prefer to gaffer tape them because they're only tiny little fountains. They're easier then to remove. Where do you buy your fireworks from? I'm guessing you buy them by the case. There's a number of different suppliers I use. They don't sponsor me, so I don't really want to say their names, but they're reputable ones in the UK. There's lots of all year round specialist retailers that are really good. They know their products, they sell them, you know, they've got years of experience. And I know this time of year you can go to your local supermarket and buy fireworks, which is great. I've done that for years and I've loved doing that, but you're always going to get better fireworks, better quality fireworks, better value for money by going to your local all year round specialist firework retailer. Do I buy them by the box? Some I buy a lot of. It depends what I'm doing. Like this year I got a case of these Vulcan Mind Attacks. I've got like a box of, how many is in a box, like 10 or something, for my various displays. So sometimes I buy them in bulk, sometimes I don't need to. Let's have a look. Do you stake your fountain boards to the ground and just put them down? So these fountain boards are actually going to be on these speaker stands. So on the underside of these, let me see if I've got a spare. I've got a spare one to show you. What did I do with it? Don't know where I put it now. But basically on the underside of these is a little bracket that I screw in. I'll tell you what, it'd be easier for me to just take one of these off and show you, wouldn't it? So on the underside of this, I'll bring it round to the camera. So it's just a normal speaker stand, and this is a speaker stand top hat, which allows me to, I can screw this into the wood. So this just goes onto the speaker stand. I can screw it down onto the stand, so it just slots in like that, screw it tight, and then I can adjust the height of these. I say they go up to about 7 meters. It'll probably go way off the way off the screen here, but they go really high, and you can lock them in at various different height levels. So yeah, fountains, always good to raise them up if you can, especially if you've got spectators, because if you do fountains straight on the ground, yeah, your first row of spectators are going to see it, but nobody behind is going to see them at all. So fountain boards and speaker stands, a great way to do it. The benefit of this as well, I can set up the actual boards, lift them off the speaker stands so they're easy to transport. Just need to transport the board and the speaker stand, go onto the field, set up the speaker stand, put the board on top, connect it all up, jobs are good. And that's a really nice setup, says Joseph. Yes, I think so. 3D printing, I do my main order from specialists, but it's still hard to resist the urge to buy some from the supermarkets. Do you know what? And I'm the same. I know we say that fireworks from specialists all year round are better quality, better value. They are. I do like to buy the odd little bit or two from a supermarket still. Why? Because I kind of feel it's important that we still do that. If we stop buying them from supermarkets, supermarkets won't sell them, which I know some people would like. But I like the fact that we can get fireworks in supermarkets for a couple of weeks in the year, and I would be quite disappointed if we ever lost that. There are some supermarkets that have stopped doing fireworks now. They've given into pressure from various parties and don't sell them anymore. Sainsbury's is the obvious one, but most of the other supermarkets still sell them, and I would hate to see that die out. So we've already lost it in corner shops. When I grew up, I used to love going with my dad to the corner shop, the newsagents, and you'd see all the selection boxes there and be able to buy them and take them home and open them up and look at them. You can't really buy them in corner shops anymore. You can still get them in supermarkets, but I don't want that tradition to die out. So yes, most of my fireworks, the vast majority of them I do get from specialist retailers. But if there's something good in the supermarket that I think is good value, I'll go out and buy a few of those each year as well. Why not? I used to buy supermarket stuff myself. I'm still a sucker for a selection box, says Phil. Yeah, absolutely. Right, so I think that's this first fountain board nearly done. I've still got to get in the T1 Crackle Mine, which I think is probably going to go around about there somewhere. And I need to get in the strobe on the front. And this, yes, if you're just tuning in thinking, what's this? This is new from Celtic Fireworks. It's a T1 category. It's a Bengal blue flame that lasts 60 seconds. I haven't actually fired these yet. I haven't seen any video of them, so I'm just kind of, let's see what they're like. But 60-second blue Bengal flame from Celtic Fireworks. Net explosive content, 35 grams, 20mm caliber, 60 seconds. And it's a T1. Unusually, though, it has a fuse. Most T1 products have built-in igniters, E-match. This is a T1 product with a fuse, so we're going to have 5 of those on these boards and see what they are like. So we're going to do this one kind of at the back, in the middle, like this. I might do 2 brackets on this because it's quite tall. It's a bit kind of, it's a little bit top heavy, this, so we might do a couple on there, we'll see. The T1 Crackle strobe only needs 1 bracket though, so we'll get that on. Let's get a little thing going for this. I might have to come around this side. Back to the camera. I know is not ideal, but it will just be for a moment. And we'll put this in here. Like that for the Crackle Mine. And then, yes, we're going to do... Actually, what I might do for these, I've got some longer brackets. If you were here at the start of the stream, you'll know this year I've also got some frame ties. 150mm ones. I've got some 100mm ones, I think, somewhere. Where are my 100mm ones? These are from Screwfix, pack of 10. 100mm or 150mm. Mainly I'm going to be using them for my cakes, for my display in Manchester, because that's going to be on a football pitch, so I can't stake and tape as I would normally do. I'm going to have to use OSB boards and a shed load of these frame ties, but I could potentially use a frame tie for this. Let's see, do I want to use a frame tie, or do I just want to use a couple of little brackets? I think I'm just going to use a couple of little brackets actually on this. I think a frame tie is a bit excessive for these, so let me get another bracket and let's catch up on some chat as well. Supermarkets are mainly novelty fireworks. I've always used bulk buy specialists or specialist shops for many different displays throughout the year, says Adam. 3D printer guy, where can I get one of those blue flames? They look good fun. I can certainly fit a few in. So yeah, these are by Celtic Fireworks. The only place I know that's stocking these at the moment, if I actually know, I can't even tell you who's stocking these at the moment because they're not on their website yet. They're not officially available. So if they become available, we might talk about it on, because I'm going to be doing more live streams over the next week or so. If these become available on their website, then I will let you know where I got these from. But at the moment, these are technically not available. So apologies for that, but hopefully if they appear in the next week on their website, I'll be able to tell you where you can get these from. 3D printer guy, Aldi seems to have a nice range of selection boxes this year. Yeah, there's selection boxes this year from supermarkets are a bit strange. So they're all coming from Chestnut Trading, which is like an umbrella company that has brands like TNT, which is what these little cricket fountains are from, Cosmic, a few other ones, Spook, I think, Bad Boy, Diamond. There's a few of them, but a lot of them, they've taken the branding off this year. TNT seems to have disappeared. A lot of the other selection boxes, like a mishmash of different pieces from different brands. It's a bit of a strange one this year. So yeah, not quite sure what's going to happen with those selection boxes. We'll see. If I get some spare time, I might go out and buy one and fire one and film one. We'll see. We shall see. Right, let's put this in here. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Let's have a little think. Yeah, let's do it like this. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud now. Okay. I might actually just change a few of these brackets around as well. I've just had a slightly better idea. But let's get this in first. Like that. That will slot in against that. Oh, I've done that a little bit too far back. Let's try that again. There. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Good. Right. Okay, so yes, what was I going to change around? Yeah, so these ones, these little brackets that I've done on the traffic cones, I'm still going to keep them so the bracket is audience side, but at the moment that's kind of sat on the bracket, so it's a little bit wobbly. If I reverse that bracket around the other way, they will fit a lot better. So bear with me a second whilst I just rejig these. So the fountain's going to go there. So hopefully I'm still just about in shot. Bracket's going to go there, and that's going to be a lot better. Yeah, much better. That way the fountain can actually sit on the wood rather than sitting on the bracket. But the bracket itself is still audience size, so there's no way that fountain, if it became this large, could fall forward towards the audience. Again, these are only small fountains, safety distance of 8 metres. My audience is going to be more than 8 metres away, but even so, you don't want to take any chances of anything. You don't want anything firing towards the audience, no matter how far away they are. All right, let's flip this one around. So that's going to go like that. The bracket's going to go here. Kind of, sort of. There we go. We'll put this in here. Oh, that way. That's good, and then we'll just swap the orientation of this one around as well. So fountain there. Well, that one's not very tight. Let's just tighten this bracket up a bit. There we go. And then let's get this one in here. Now, of course, because I've reversed those round, I'd already bent them to sort of lean up against the side of the cone. They're now bent the wrong way, so I need to just bend these back. See, that's why I really like these corner brackets. They're bendable. I mean, they're strong, but I can still bend them with my thumb to the right angle to be able to lean against these conic fountains. Or if I was doing angled effect, you may remember last year I had some of these T1 crackle mines on here and I angled them using these brackets, and that worked really well as well. And plus, because they're 50mm wide, they're great for they're just the right size for gaffer tape as well, which is great. Right, let's catch up on some chat. I remember them days, my local newsagent sold Cosmic fireworks in the 90s. Yeah, so for me growing up, the brands were basically Standard and Brox. Who remembers Brox? Yeah, they were good. But yeah, Cosmic, joy getting a selection box and a pack of rockets. They were great times. They were indeed. Craig says, I had a cake from Aldi last year called Lightning Force. It was 40 quid for a back garden. It was lovely. Piece, a lot of money. Yeah, and this is it. So some of the bigger fireworks you can get from supermarkets are massively overpriced. Crazily overpriced. If you were to go to a specialist retailer with the same budget, you get so much more for your money. That's not to say that they're not the bad quality that you get from the supermarkets. They're good. You know, a lot of supermarkets do standard. I'll say Tesco does standard. I think who else is doing standard? Is Lidl doing standard? Maybe even Aldi as well. So yeah, you can get some good quality things, but it's just overinflated prices really there. 3D printer guy. When shells were legal back in the day, before my time, yeah, before my time as well, did people attempt to light them from tiny back gardens? I have no idea, before my time. 3D printer guy, they are up near Bimbrook on an old RAF site. I'm not that far away. Chat's on fire now, says some mad random person. Yeah, I'm just going to have a drink. Bear with me a second, guys. I am suffering with a sore throat and guitar at the moment, so I'm hoping my voice is going to last, but I'm going to need plenty of drink. Don't worry, non-alcoholic. Never drink alcohol around fireworks. Just a bad idea. This is just some squash. Robinson Summer Fruits. Little plug there. Not that they don't sponsor me or anything, but... right, so okay, so I've redone this first board. Everything's in position, apart from, if you're just tuning anything, why is there nothing on these 4 brackets at the front? I was going to use, originally on these fountain tables, I went out and got 5 packs of these, 3 packs of magical fountains from Fab Fireworks to use on here. There's a red one, there's a green one, there's a blue one. I thought they'd be quite nice. I actually fired some the other day and filmed them. There's a review of them on my channel. I wasn't that impressed with them. So I'm swapping those out for a pack of little fountains called Fountain Assortment from Vulcan. Pack of 4 little fountains, but the effects in here were really unusual, really different, not boring or mundane. Yeah, they're not the biggest fountains in the world. They don't last particularly long. A couple of them lasted about 20 seconds. One lasted 15, one lasted just 5. But the effects were quite different. So I quite like these. So I'm swapping them out. I haven't got them yet. I'll get these next week. So that's what these 4 brackets are empty. Well, that's why they're empty along the front of these fountain boards at the moment. But the rest of it we can start taping down. So let's do that next, or should we move on to the next board? Should we no, let's tape as we go. Let's try and get one board. Let's try and get one board finished tonight at least, shall we? Phil says Diamond are a separate company from Chestnut Trading. Okay, so yeah, who's in Chestnut Trading? Somebody remind me. I do know. I know it's well, it was TNT, although mentions of TNT seem to disappear. It was Cosmic. Oh, it's Bulldog. That's right, not Diamond. Bulldog. And a few others, but yeah, some of the more value brands, shall we say. Astra, that's right, Astra, Firestar, Nightstar, that's right, yeah, those are the ones I was thinking of. Thanks, 3D printer guy, for that. Ollie says, hi Mark, what height would you set your fountain stands to for a back garden display? Do you know what, if it's just for your back garden, if it's just for your family, this kind of height's absolutely fine. This height is... I would have a tape measure. Do I have a tape measure to measure it? I don't think it really matters. I'm about 6'1", 6'2", so this is probably about 4 foot, something like that. It depends how far away your spectators are. It depends how many spectators you've got, how big your garden is and things like this. But really, this height's absolutely fine. When I did these for my display in Liverpool, I think I had them all maybe about... Did I do them 6 foot? I might have done them 6 foot. I can't remember. They were all the same height. This year, because somebody in the chat last year when I was prepping these said, are you going to do them all the same height? Are you going to do them all at different heights? So I was like, well, last year I planned to do them all the same height. This year, because of that suggestion, I can't remember who made it, but if you're here, welcome back in. I'm going to do these different heights. I'm going to do them all like a pyramid. So the centre one's going to be the highest. These two are going to be slightly lower, and then the outer ones are going to be even lower. And we'll see what that looks like. Veronica and Todd are here. Veronica says, hi, Great Marko, great to see you. Love your firework display setup. Your friends Veronica and Todd. Excuse me. Welcome in, guys. Thanks for being here. It's always great to have you on my channel in the chat. So, Chestnut brands, there we go. Yeah, Cosmic, Astra, Bulldog, Firestar, Nightstar, TNT, Benstar, Spook, and Scorpion. That's right. But interestingly, I was on the Chestnut Trading website the other day. the TNT brand seems to have disappeared. There doesn't seem to be a mention of it. The products are still there, but without a brand. But TNT itself, what's happened? Does anybody know? I know it's still alive and kicking in the States and things like that, but what's happened to TNT in the UK? Does anybody know? I guess they all use different names to saturate the market. Yeah, that's true. Right, okay, so we're going to tape some of these down now. Excuse me, I've got so much guitar in my throat, which I know is not nice. But I wanted to stream for you guys anyway, because I know you guys enjoy these streams. So, and besides, I still need to do this setup, regardless if I'm ill, I still need to do this. So, right, so we're going to tape some of this stuff down. First thing I need to do, though, is I need to release the fuses from here. The fuses, typically on little fountains like this, are taped, sellotaped to the side. If I gaffer tape around that, it's going to make that very difficult to access that fuse. So I need my little penknife here, and I'll do it on this board here where there's a bit of space. I'm just going to cut that sellotape off to release that fuse so I can bend that fuse up. You'll also see around, I'll bring this closer to the camera, quite often as well you get this kind of tissue paper around the fuse as well. Now I'm going to be lighting these with talons. Talons are little clip-on igniters, and I want to clip that as close to the entry point of this fountain as I can, and that way it minimises the time between when I fire the talon and when this fountain starts. If I clip it right at the end, these fuses burn like a rate of about 1 centimetre a second. So typically on a consumer firework, you light it, you've got a minimum of 7 seconds before the actual firework goes off, and that gives you time to move to a safe distance. When you're electronically firing them, you don't need that same delay. So I want to minimize this delay by getting the clip as close as I can to the top of this. So I'm going to just take off this little bit of tissue paper from around the fuse like that, so that the fuse, I can see where it enters the firework and I can clip that talon on there. We'll do the talons in a bit, but for now I just want to get this secured on the board. So that's the little red conic fountain done. Let's get the yellow and the green ones. Let's release the fuses. That could be a hashtag, couldn't it? Hashtag release the fuse. There we go. There's that one. And there's this one. And again, I'm just going to get rid of this little pink tissue paper from around the fuse. Just pulling it out carefully. You don't want to rip it out because, you know, friction could, in theory, trigger your fireworks. So you want to try and minimize any amount of friction that you can. So there's that one, and let's take this one out. Normally these are just kind of, they're twisted round. You just pull them up. Sometimes they get glued on to the fuse, which can be really annoying. But these are coming off quite easily. So there we go. There's my 3 little fountains there. Phil says Chestnut has bought out all of TNT UK stock. Interesting. TNT UK stocks. So what are Chestnut doing? What brand are they going to be under them? What are TNT products going to be under? Which Chestnut brand do we think? Or do we know? I don't know. Or is that name just going to disappear completely and they're just the products themselves are going to go? Thoughts? Dale says thoughts on match fuse. I'm guessing you're talking about quick match. Thoughts on it? Yeah, it's powerful stuff. It's not available to consumers. You can really only use it if you're a person of specialist knowledge. You know, for Cat 4 stuff on professional displays. You can't actually, as a consumer, go out and buy a quick match in the UK anymore. You can get something that's similar, comparable, called tape match. Let me see if I've got some. I don't think I've actually got any here with me at the moment. I'll bring it on to one of the other streams that we do later on this week or early next week. Tape match is basically like a sticky tape sellotape that has a line of black powder in. It burns similar to quick match. So thoughts on it? Yeah, quick match is great. You've got to know what you're doing to be able to use it safely, and it's not available to consumers, so it's not really something that I talk about much on my channel. 3D printer guy, I know the e-match method for cakes is a grey area. We'll be using that method on your cakes and doing it on site. So it is a grey area. I don't really talk about e-match an awful lot on my channel because it is something that really you kind of need to know what you're doing. Talons, if you want to fire fireworks electronically and you're new to it, the safest way you can do it is using talons. Talons are little clip-on igniters. They come in various lengths. Here's one here to show you. I'll come and show it you. So this is a Talon clip, Talon igniter. It clips onto the Visco fuse on your consumer fireworks. And basically inside here, there's a little coil of wire. You won't be able to see it on camera, but you put a current through here, a charge. The wire glows really hot and it's enough to ignite the Visco. That's the safest way to do that. And you can transport fireworks with Visco, with Talons connected, and there's no danger there at all. E-matches are different. Let me see if I've got an E-match knocking around here. I do. Oh, I have a spent one. Let me get this one over to the camera to show you. This is one that I used the other day, so it's not it's a used one. E-matches are slightly different. They look like this. They have a little plastic cover on, and inside you have a little head with some pyrogen compound on. Again, you pass a current through here, a voltage. It doesn't need as much voltage as the Talons. You pass a little colour here, and this basically will flame and flare and light your fireworks. So again, you could kind of insert this into your fuse like that, tape it up, and that will light your fuse. For cakes, which is what we're talking about in the chat, you can actually put these into the first tube of the cake. But again, it's quite a specialist thing. I'm not going to show that on stream because I don't think it's something that I really want to be promoting to people. Obviously, anybody can watch my channel, and hey, anybody's welcome to watch my channel. My channel is family friendly at all times, and I like to promote the safe and responsible use of fireworks. So I don't cover the use of e-matches really. So will I be using e-match on some of this display? Yes, on both of my displays I'll be using e-match. For this display in Liverpool, because setup time on site is quite limited on the day, pretty much everything on the fountain boards will be Talons. Yeah, there's a couple of T1 products that have their own igniters built in, so they're going to be on those, but everything else on the fountain boards is going to be on Talons. My cakes, however, are going to be on e-match, but I do e-match on the site. There's some prep I do prior to site to get those ready, but I don't transport the fireworks with e-matches in, because these are actually a lot more dangerous than Talons. These are susceptible to shocks, these are susceptible to static, and obviously the last thing you want is your firework going off in your vehicle. So I never insert these until I'm actually on site, but there's some prep I can do to the fireworks in advance to make it a lot quicker when I get to site to be able to put e-matches in. But I say it's not something I'm really going to cover on this channel for reasons I hope you guys can understand, because of course anybody can be watching this, and it is quite a specialist thing, and I don't want people copying something that really is quite a specialist thing to do. So I hope that answers your question anyway, in a roundabout way. That's the sold TNT, but now they say CT Pyro. Ah, yes, I have seen that. Yes, CT Pyro, Chestnut Trading Pyro. So if Chestnut have bought out TNT, maybe that's going to be the new name then for TNT in the UK. CT Pyro, yes. Yes, I do remember seeing that now. Thanks, Phil, for reminding me of that. Joseph says, my better half, WhatsApp me. I'm back now. What did I miss? Have you done a board yet? Oh, I wish. No, is the answer. We've been going an hour and a half. I was hoping to get 5 boards done tonight. We've been going an hour and a half, and I've been chatting to you guys, and just like last year, hardly got anything done. But hey, we are having fun. I hope you guys are having fun. Anyway, I'm having fun. Hope you guys are too. So tape match was what I was missing. Okay, yeah, tape match. Do I use tape match? Yes, I have used tape match. Will I be using tape match in this display? Possibly. I will certainly be using tape match in my other display that I'm doing in Manchester on the 5th. Will I be using tape match on this one in Liverpool? Let me think. Possibly. But we can show it out. I've not got any to hand at the moment, but I do have some tape match elsewhere, so I can show that on another stream, and we can talk about that a bit more in more depth. Talons remind me of the fun you can have with steel wool and a 9-volt battery. Yes, absolutely, yes. Baby Lisa is ready for Halloween with the pumpkin emojis there. Right, what was I doing? Oh, yes. That's right. Getting sidetracked as usual. Okay, so we've hashtag released the fuses on those little conic fountains there. Everything else I think I can start to gaffer tape on without getting in the way of any of the fuses. So where's my gaffer tape? That's the next question. There it is. So gaffer tape, I mean, I'm sure you guys are familiar with this. Sometimes it's called duct tape. Really, really strong cloth tape, but you can easily rip it in one direction. Really strong stuff. It's available in a range of colours: black, silver, white, neon colours, glow in the dark stuff, all kinds of stuff. You used to be able to get one actually, which you can't really get anymore, which is a shame, called Gaffire tape with the word fire in, which was like fire retardant stuff. Great stuff, very expensive, but made by Marko. It's not really available anymore, so you have to resort to using this. This is good quality. This is 3M stuff. Where do I get this from? I get it from Lidl. Yes, the supermarket Lidl. A couple of times a year on their middle aisle, they sell rolls of this 50-metre rolls for like £2.50, which is just incredible because normally these rolls, 3M, good quality 50-metre gaffer tape, and this would be about 10 quid. So to get it for £2.50 or less is amazing. So every year I go in and to Aldi and stock up and come away with like 20 odd rolls, 30 rolls, and get some very strange looks from people in the process. But hey, you can't beat the price. So Lidl, look out for it in the middle of Lidl. You won't be able to get it now. It was only on a couple of weeks ago. So some stores might still have a few left, but they usually do it twice a year, usually once in October. Early October is when I stock up for bonfire night. So I forgot to ask, what is the theme for this bonfire night, low noise? So this display doesn't really have a theme. In fact, neither of my displays this year really have a theme. You might actually be talking about my kind of the bonfire night displays I've done in the past from my garden, my back garden, which I love live streaming. I've done low noise themed ones of those. Because I'm actually doing a public display on bonfire night itself and one on the Sunday. So one on the 3rd of November, bonfire night's on the 5th. So one on the 3rd, one on the 5th. There's not going to be an opportunity to do a live stream from my back garden this bonfire night, unfortunately. I do plan on doing one for New Year's Eve, and I hope you'll join me for that. But there's going to be lots of live streams between now and bonfire night, doing all the prep and stuff, which I hope will make up for that in some small way. Is it me or are Catherine wheels becoming harder to find? I've noticed they don't seem to be readily available. I've not noticed an issue with being able to source Catherine wheels. Catherine wheels are still around, still fairly available. There's not a lot of new Catherine wheels coming on. There was one last year from Celtic called Do the Twist. Lovely, lovely wheel. Used it in my display last year. And there's a review and some footage of that on my channel as well. But yeah, you don't get many new wheels, I'll be honest. Other than that Celtic one, I can't really think of another new wheel in the last sort of 5 years or so, other than that one. So wheels are still around. They're just not as popular, I guess, these days. You don't really find them in, you find them in the selection boxes in supermarkets, but you don't get supermarkets selling wheels really. The range, I guess, I think they still, so they do Bright Star stuff, so they probably still do the packet of 2 tricolour wheels. But you know, you go to a supermarket, you can buy a pack of rockets, you can buy cakes, you can't just buy a wheel. They're just not that popular. And I guess probably because they're quite fiddly, you know, you've got to nail them into something suitable that's high up and off the ground and things like that. So they're a bit of a faff, so maybe they're not quite as popular as they were. I'm going to be using 5 wheels in this display, 5 on the front of these boards. This year I'm going to be using, I've got a few packs of these Bright Star tricolour wheels. You know, they are what they are. They're okay. They'll do. But for my other display that I'm doing closer to home on the 5th, on a football pitch, obviously I'm doing that from the sort of the centre of the football pitch, so the spectators are going to be like 50+ metres away. So a little Catherine wheel, it's not going to look great. Yeah, I could have used like the twist ones, or Kim Bolton do a similar wheel as well. There's the carousel wheel from Zeus. There's a number of big wheels, but even so, they're still not big wheels. But you know, if your spectators are 50 metres away, even something like Do the Twist or Carousel, it's not going to look that big. So I'm not going to do any wheels for that. But yes, because the audience for this display in Liverpool are going to be closer, there's going to be some wheels in this. I was in Lidl 2 days ago and they were selling fireworks. Yes, that's right. Supermarkets can legally sell them for 2 weeks before bonfire night. So technically from, I think it's about the 15th, 16th of October, something like that. Some choose to sell them a little bit later. But yes, Lidl have them on sale. Most, in fact, all the supermarkets I think will have them on sale now as well. Because of course we've got Diwali as well coming up on November the 1st, and there's Halloween and things like that. So people want fireworks this time of year for a whole variety of different events. I wonder if Screwfix figured out why their angle brackets and gaffer tape tails go through the roof. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't get gaffer tape from Screwfix because it is quite expensive. And actually, these little corner brackets are from Amazon. But this year, if you were on the stream earlier, I've gone out and bought a shed load, literally, of frame ties from Screwfix, because for my cakes, for the display I'm doing on the football pitch, normally for cakes I would stake them, hammer stakes into the ground, tape around them with the fireworks, they can't fall over. Obviously I can't do that on a professional football pitch, so I've got to come up with a different solution. So I'm going to be using some big thick OSB boards and frame ties screwed in, fireworks up against these on all four sides, and then gaffer taped around. They're not going to go anywhere. But yes, I've been going in and buying, they only do them in packs of 10 at Screwfix, 150mm, 100mm, I think they do some 50mm ones as well. I went in today and picked up like 10 packs of 10 150mm. They weigh quite a bit, so yeah, it got some strange looking. Why do you need that many frame ties? But I'm quite local to Screwfix, which is really useful. I can kind of walk to my Screwfix within like 5-10 minutes, which is handy. So I'm a regular customer there this time of year. Bright Star really needs to update their range. Not much has changed. Yes, absolutely, Phil, and I do agree with you on that. Bright Star products used to be, I mean, we are going back, a decade or so ago, one of the best value sort of supermarket fireworks. I know the range isn't a supermarket, we'll call them supermarket. I always used to get my fireworks from the range because it did Bright Star, and they were really good value. You used to be able to get these were maybe like a couple of pounds. Now these are probably £5, £6, £7 for a pack. So yeah, the range of fireworks for Bright Star hasn't really changed over the last decade or so. So they're not quite as good a brand as they once were. So they once used to be. Out of all the supermarket offerings, the range of Bright Star fireworks at the range was one of the best ranges, if that makes sense. Probably not. Never mind. JLK Pyronut is here. Hello, welcome in. Nice to see you, Deep in Prep. Did you enjoy Southport this year? I did enjoy Southport this year. I was hoping you were going to message, actually, because I remember on one of my streams, was it New Year's Eve? You said you were going to be crewing on one of the teams there, and you were going to contact me and get me involved. So that never happened, but never mind. I don't hold that against you. Yes, I was at Southport, and yes, it was great. Bulletproof Mom, I'm back. Got sidetracked with Taskmaster. Oh, yes, of course, it's Thursday, isn't it? Taskmaster's on. I'll catch up on that another time. So there'll be no stream this bonfire night, but one for New Year. So yes, so if you're a regular on my channel, you'll know that on bonfire night each year, I do a live stream from my back garden. I do some fireworks live, and I do the same on New Year's Eve as well. Because I'm doing a display in Liverpool on the 3rd and a display in Manchester on the 5th, I'm not going to be able to do a firework display live on YouTube on bonfire night this year, or indeed like the day before, because I'm going to be so busy doing the changeover from one show to the other that it's just not going to be feasible this year. But hopefully it's going to make up for it by doing all these live streams from my garage in the run up to bonfire night, whilst I do as much prep as I can beforehand. And yes, there'll be a live stream from my back garden on New Year's Eve when we see in the new year together, and that's always a lot of fun, and hopefully you guys will join me for that. Let's have a look. We're still talking about Bright Star here. Bulletproof Mum says to Phil, agreed. They also have actually changed the contents of the small selection boxes and not updated the marketing for them. Interesting. Okay. So the contents of the boxes have changed, but they've not updated the photos and things on them. Interesting. We have Bright Star shop all year round. Bright Star shop near my house, but it's not so great. Yeah, it's a shame because Bright Star used to be one of the better sort of supermarket brands you could get. Of course, nothing beats the days when we used to get Waco in Lidl. But that aside, Bright Star at the range was usually pretty good. But as I say, I am using a Bright Star product this year, the tricolour wheels. If I'm actually thinking about it, there is one new Bright Star product this year that I was trying to get my hands on, but I haven't been able to. It's called Turbocharged. It's like a fanned kind of Roman candle barrage thing. It's from Bright Star. It looks really good. I was hoping to get a couple for my displays, and sadly they've not arrived. But Bright Star have brought out something new this year at least, and it does look quite impressive. Used to buy the Bright Star party box from the range every year for £25. It was a bargain, but now it's like £60. Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? The price of Bright Star stuff used to be really good. Now it's just, it's not great value anymore, is it? It's a shame. Mark, so sorry about that. I need to contact email or you're on Facebook so I can message you. Yes, so as I said to you on my New Year's Eve stream, JLK Power or Not, if you go to my YouTube channel and click About, and there's a little button that says Business Inquiries. If you click that, it will show you my email address. So please do that. Let's communicate, and that would be great. Roll on Bonfire Night says some mad random person. I love that name. What a great name on the YouTube chat. Some mad random person. I love it. Can't come quick enough. You say that. I kind of actually wish Bonfire Night was a few more weeks away, because all fireworks are coming so late this year from China. The prep for everyone's having to do is like so condensed. Normally I start this prep, several weeks ago. I've only really been able to start it literally today because I have fireworks. But also, as you know, I film and review a lot of fireworks and get landed footage of new fireworks arriving in the UK. And usually that starts around kind of like the June, July time. This year, really, it's only been sort of the last week that things have really started to come in. So I've been busy filming. I was out filming on Tuesday night. I filmed a load of products, and you'll have seen quite a few of those on my channel if you subscribe over the last day or so. There's some more coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow I've got the new Celtic fountain review of that. I've got a fountain from Jonathan's. I've got some Vulcan bits coming up. There's still loads more to come. So if you like fireworks, if you like firework reviews and landed footage, then be sure to subscribe to my channel. I stay away from Bright Star Warhawks. They can be lethal. Yeah, we've got to give Bright Star some credit. Their Warhawks were kind of legendary, but there's so many different copies of them now that, these days, yeah, Bright Star Warhawks, yeah. You can get the Kimbolton Gold box for the same or less and much better than the party box. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd go for a Kimbolton box over a Bright Star box any day. Yes, Warhawks, low break, says Bulletproof Mum. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Mark. If it was next month, there'd be another month's worth of money to spend. Yeah, you know what? That's a very good point. Those of us who like fireworks and do fireworks and stuff and know how expensive it is, it's not getting any cheaper. Prices have gone up of fireworks, especially since COVID. Prices of fireworks have gone up. Shipping costs, it's mainly due to shipping costs, because container costs to get them all over from China have gone kind of through the roof. They did drop down a little bit, but kind of it's not really been reflected with the prices. It's a bit like fuel prices here in the UK. When the wholesale price of crude oil kind of goes down, it takes a long time before that's reflected at the pumps. It's kind of the same with fireworks. And it does kind of make me miss the days when fireworks were actually manufactured in the UK and we weren't having to be reliant on China. I'd love to see that happen again. Whether it ever will, probably not. There's so much regulation and red tape that it would be very difficult for Standard or anyone like that to restart production again in the UK. But you never know. You never know. Please say you're getting Vulcan stand aside. I would love to get Vulcan stand aside. Because this display is very limited space, I don't have space. The required distance for Vulcan stand aside. I've seen some footage of it. It looks amazing. I would love to get my hands on one to be able to film it myself, see it myself, and review it for you guys. We'll see whether that happens this year. If not, it might be next year. But it does look an amazing piece stand aside by Vulcan. JLK Pyro Nut says, I've looked and there's no email, I'm afraid. There should be. Can you see the business inquiries thing? If you go to my channel, if you go to youtube.com/The Great Marko with either a 0 or an O at the end, it works either way. Don't ask me why. It's one of the quirks of YouTube. And go to About. In fact, let me just double check. I'm pretty sure it is. So I'm going to open a browser here and go to youtube.com/The Great Marko, all one word. Oh, I've got to wait for that to load. There we go, and you get my channel, and you go to, so it says The Great Marko, tells me how many subscribers I've got on videos, and says, hi, I'm Mark, aka The Great Marko, UK based, blah, blah, blah. You click more, and when you click more, you get an About window that pops up, and it tells you all about me in 500 letters, or however many characters it is that YouTube allow. Scroll down to the bottom of that, and under channel details, it says view email address. There's a button you can click that says view email address. Click that, it will show you my email address. There we go. So it is there. So yeah, hopefully you can contact me at JLK Pyro Nut and we can talk. Right, let's have a look. In fact, that's a lie. I haven't got enough cues for my current display. Bought a firing system off someone on Marketplace and it doesn't work. I'm well stuck. Oh no. Yeah, that's that is always the danger, isn't it, of buying firing systems, especially quite close to bonfire night, especially secondhand. Are they going to work? For those of you who might know, I recently invested in FireTech about a month or so ago. I'm going to be using FireTech live, if you like, for the first time for these two displays. I'm a little bit nervous. I have done a lot of testing. I've filmed quite a lot of testing. It's not on the channel yet, but it will be after bonfire night. So hopefully it's all going to go well. But yes, I'm going to be using a new firing system for these displays as well. Pence per litre, they will have to introduce pence per shot. That's an interesting idea for fireworks, yeah. Right, we got sidetracked again. That's that's fine. Right, we were talking gaffer tape, weren't we? We were going to do some gaffer taping of these little fountains. So need to remember I've got the red on this side, yellow and green on these little traffic lights here. So I'm just going to bend that back, get the right angle so that I can get the bracket kind of right up against the cone. That's good. So these are really little fountains. There's not a lot of recoil in them. They don't need an awful lot of support. I just don't want them toppling over. So a little bit of gaffer tape around them will be absolutely fine, just to prevent them from moving in any way. So there's that one. I appreciate I might just be off shot as well, but you guys can still hear me. I'm still here. Let's do this one. Let's just move that one out of the way. This is the yellow one. So yeah, these are standard fireworks traffic cones. You know, not much to them. There's one that's red, one that's yellow, one that's green. But again, I'm going to replicate that 5 times across the front of my site. So it should look all right. And then there's the green one as well. So those are now in. Gaffer tape's really strong. I mean, these are really secure. I could probably lift this whole board up just with that and it would be absolutely fine. So that's that one. Let's get this little crickets one in as well. Oh, I just need to tighten that bracket up a little bit. It's a little bit looser than I'd like. Like that. Let's move this one out of the way so I can get to the back of this one. So yeah, little TNT crickets fountain. You can actually get this exact same fountain in the States, which doesn't actually happen a lot. It's unusual to be able to get the same fountain in the UK as you can get in the States. But I know a lot of you are from the States and watch my channel, subscribe to my channel. So I'll put a little US firework in for you. It is legal though, this is CE marked. It is a genuine firework you can buy in the UK. It has a CE mark. But yes, TNT crickets fountain. So really cheap as chips, about £2 I think these were. So I thought, yeah, let's get 5 of those and use those on the frontage of my display as well. And we'll tape this one in nice and secure here. Let's just get that one out of the way. So yeah, everything is quite tightly compacted on my fountain tables because I want to keep my fountain tables fairly small because A, it makes it easy to transport, B, it just looks a bit neater. But of course there is always then a little bit of a risk of cross ignition and that's why we use foil tape. Now that's got a little bit of movement. I might need to put a second bracket on that, or actually what I can do, because there's like no weight in that at all. What I'm going to do instead, I'm going to put some double-sided, some industrial strength double-sided tape on the bottom so I can stick that down and also use the bracket on that. So yeah, I've got some 3M double-sided tape. Again, you get this from Lidl. This is usually on middle of Lidl about a week or so before gaffer tape arrives, which is convenient. So let's get a nice piece of that. Let's put that with my foil tape. And let's stick this. I might have to redo this one. Let's get the bit of gaffer tape I put on off. And this is another reason why I use gaffer tape rather than cable ties. Because when I come to dismantle them, yeah, you could just go around with some snips and cut all the cable ties off. But then you've got a load of cable ties you've got to dispose of. With this, it's really easy. You can just get a knife, slice down the side, And there you go. It comes off really nice and easily, he says. There we go. So yeah, we'll just get that out of the way. I'm going to get this double-sided tape on the underside of this fountain, like so. Peel off the backing, and then we'll stick this back down. And then I'm going to put gaffer tape around it as well, so that will just prevent any movement. Let's see what we're up to in the chat. Just joined channel hi, that's Dark Knight 17071979. Welcome in, Dark Knight 17071979. Great to have you here. Just joined the channel hi. Can I ask what you think of cheaper brands like Spook and Gemstone? Yeah, so you obviously new to the channel, so you didn't see my streams last year when we were doing this kind of thing as well. And one of the question came up as well, what do I think of the cheaper brands? And I basically sort of claimed, actually, there's no such thing, there's cheaper brands, yeah, but there's no such thing as bad brands. And I wanted to sort of put my money where my mouth is. So I went out the next day and I bought some diamond fireworks and actually put them in my sort of professional display along with Celtic stuff and all vivid stuff and things like that to see how they held up. And they actually held up quite well. So cheaper brands, they have a place. That's what I'll say on cheaper brands. Spook and Gemstone. Yeah, I have fired some Gemstone stuff. There is some review of some Gemstone products on my channel as well. Spook, yeah, I got to admit, I have fired some Spook stuff before and I wasn't that impressed. But that was going back a few years. So things might have changed, who knows. Duct tape to gaffer tape to Gabby tape, says some mad random person. 3D printing guy, I'm off to work tomorrow, so I need to do an all-nighter if needed. Oh, I'm off work tomorrow, so do an all-nighter if needed. Okay, well, thanks for staying with me. We'll see how long we stream tonight. It's 10 to 11 now at night here in the UK. We started just before 9 o'clock, so we've been going a couple of hours, nearly. So we'll see how long we go, see how long my throat holds out for tonight. But this isn't going to be the only live stream coming up. There's going to be more. There might be one tomorrow. There might be some over the weekend. There's going to be some next week. There's going to be lots coming up. So, because there's so much prep to do. This is definitely going to need a night shift to get this fountain board. Yeah. I wanted to get 5 fountain boards done tonight. I'm going to be lucky if I get one done. Never mind. Okay. Righty, Mark, I'll catch up with you on the UKFR. I got to get to bed. Good morning on the iPad. Good night, mate. So, some mad random person, thank you for being here. Really appreciate your company tonight. Have a great night and hopefully speak to you soon. Good night, everyone, he says. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And hopefully next time you're here, I'll have got one of these boards done at least. Right, okay, gaffer tape time. So, yeah, I put a bit of double-sided tape under this fountain just to give it a bit more stability. I'm now going to put tape around it again, and that's going to keep that nicely in position. Great, I'm happy with that. Next up, the Spectrum fountain, jelly beans. Got a couple of brackets for this. That's going to go quite nicely in like that. And I'll gaffer tape that. I might actually put a little bit of, yeah, let's put some double-sided tape under this one as well, just because it's a bit bigger. Jesse says, night random person. Oh, some mad random person. What a great name for a YouTube chat handle. I like it. Okay, so some double-sided tape on the bottom of that. Peel the backing off. We'll slot this into position. There. Push that down. And then we're going to gaffer tape around the little brackets that we've got. Baby Lisa says hashtag gaffer tape time. Let's move this one out of the way. Oh, it's gone off at a bit of a funny angle, so we'll put some more gaffer on here as well. There we go. That's not going anywhere. That's good. Right, what next? T1 crackle mine, probably. Let's just check this is screwed in. Better, that's good. So T1 crackle mines, it's a theatrical pyrotechnic. It's T1, so you don't need specialist knowledge to use these, but really, most retailers probably won't sell them to you unless you do know what you're doing. This is by, what's the manufacturer of here? Let's have a little look. Oh, they're Imperial Lotus, these ones. 20mm, little crackle mine. Joseph says, do you like that little fountain that makes the owl sounds? I'm not aware of a fountain that makes owl sounds, but if you care to elaborate. Fountain that makes owl sounds. Interesting. Okay, crackle mine is going to go there, and we're going to gaffer tape that in. It's going to go in like this. Good, and then around here like so. So this is pre-wired, pre-matched. That's good. Now what's that bracket doing there? I haven't screwed a bracket in. I missed a bracket, folks. It was for the SOS fountain, so let's get this screwed in, for which I will need a screw. Here we go. Let's put this in here. Sorry, I've got my back to the camera again. There we go. The new improved version of the Gold Box by Kim Bolton looks good. Yes, if you watch the UK Firework Awards, which I hosted, they're on my channel, we did look at that. Yes, they have improved the gold selection box this year. I think there's now 37, 39 fireworks in it as opposed to 32 or whatever it was. So they've increased the quantity of fireworks. It does look good. Last year I bought the high voltage selection packs from Tesco for £75, which wasn't bad at all. This year I've splurged on a larger order worth $260 from Marko Fireworks Crazy. Yeah, I mean Fireworks Crazy are a good, reputable supplier. You'll get a lot more for your money with your $260 spent at Fireworks Crazy than you will £75 at Tesco. The clock's changed this Sunday. Yes, that's right. For us in the UK, I know for a lot of you in the States, they don't change till it's the week after or the week before. They already changed. I don't know. There is a bit of a discrepancy, but yes, here in the UK, they do change this Sunday. Let's have a look. I'm really excited to light some brands like Celtic and Bolton rather than just standard. Yeah, this is it. Once you've gone to the more premium brands, it makes you think, why did you ever bother with the other brands, to be honest. But yeah, Celtic is a really reputable brand. Kim Bolton as well. It's nice that they've kind of been resurrected and bought out, and they still exist in some way, shape or form. So, right, let's get this one in here. Might put some tape on this one as well, just because it's a bit tall. Again, not a lot of weight in this. This is only 78 grams NEC, a bit top heavy. So we'll put a little bit of the old industrial double-sided tape on the base, like that. And we'll stick this on here, like that. And then it's hashtag gaffer tape time. So I'm gaffer taping around the little angled right angle corner brackets that I've screwed into the wooden board, and it just prevents any movement in that fountain. One more fountain here to go. This is the Yorgi SOS fountain. Nice little fountain, this. It's a fountain battery, in fact. A battery basically means it's got more than one fountain tube. So whereas some of these are like single fountains like that, this has got multiple fountains. I think SOS has got 4 in, and that's what a battery is. Which is why kegs, barrages are sometimes called, well, technically called batteries of Roman candles, because that's what they are. A number of Roman candles will fuse together. Right, what am I looking for? Gaffer tape. Yeah, I'm going to put some tape on the bottom of this one as well, just to prevent any movement. Phil said you went to the fireworks shop in Preston this year. A lot of brands have never fired to look forward to. Yeah, let me know what brands are you looking forward to firing this year, Phil, that you've never fired before. Yeah, Phil says a lot of stuff has arrived very late this year. Yeah, it really has. And I was explaining earlier why that is the case this year. I say I'm still waiting for some of my fireworks. Probably got about 2/3 of them for my displays. I am still waiting for some more, which I'm hoping are going to arrive next week, because my first display is a week on Sunday. So we shall see. I do have contingencies if they don't arrive, but hopefully they will. Right, so we're going to tape this one in again around the brackets at the base. Here. I go through so much gaffer tape for these displays, but you know what, you can't be too careful. I'd rather use too much gaffer tape than not enough. Right, so the thing I need to do now, I need to get this is from Celtic Fireworks, is a T1 Pyrotechnic, a 60-second blue Bengal flame, 35 grams net explosive content, 20mm tube. But interestingly, even though it's T1, it's got a fuse. Most products, in fact, pretty much every T1 product I think I've ever fired has had a built-in igniter. So this is unusual for T1, but I'm not complaining. We go with it. And that's going to attach there with some... I've put the gaffer tape down again. Where have I put the gaffer? There it is. Oh dear, I don't know. So we'll put this around here. And that's going to keep that nice blue Bengal flame nicely in position there. That's good. So that's pretty much. Oh, I need to get a strobe on the front as well, and a wheel. I'll probably do the wheels separately, but yeah, a little white strobe at the front. These I use so many of these. Yorgi JS021 strobe fountain, lasts a minute, really bright. I actually did a comparison video of these and Celtic's blinkers on my channel last year, and actually I prefer these. They come in packs of 3. And they're fairly inexpensive and really good. Let's have a look. Fortunately / unfortunately, I've not done a big order this year. Too much life, not enough money. Yeah, I hear you. Just a fire pit, couple of boxes, and free bits I have left over. And you know what? Sometimes that's the way to do it. Sometimes less is more. You know, I like firing a little selection box in my back garden just for the family and stuff for my daughter. And, you know, it's not big, they're not impressive fireworks, but it's just the ritual of just lighting some fireworks and just having that time with people. You know, it's really great. So yeah, I'm just taking a little bit of this tissue paper off this just to aid it, make it easier for me to attach. So normally I'd have this actually on the fountain table itself. There's kind of limited. Can I get it? I might actually be able to get it in there. Can I get it in there rather than on the front? Or do I want it on the front? It's probably going to be better on the front, isn't it? Again, I'm talking to myself again. Let's have a look. Phil says, I've never fired Yorgi or Celtic or Funky or Ardy, I think it's called. Yes. Yorgi stuff, really nice. Celtic stuff, really nice. Funky, it looks good. I'll be honest, I've never actually fired any Funky stuff yet. Hopefully that will change. Funky's still one of those things that it's not widely available. There are some retailers where it's available at, but it's not as widely available as, say, Celtic. And Ardy, yeah, that's a French brand, I think, but it's new to the UK. I think, was it last year? It's new. So there's not many pieces of Ardy stuff around at the moment, but I haven't fired any yet. But we'll see. We'll see what that's like. See if that sort of takes hold in the UK. Baby Lee says, what do you do after this stream ends? I go to bed. We'll see what time it ends. It's past 11 o'clock now at night. After I finished here, I go to bed. Usually not straight away, because I do get a bit of a buzz actually from doing these live streams. They are a lot of fun, so I do need a little bit of time to just kind of chill out. I'll probably watch something on TV for half an hour or so and then go to bed, and then get up in the morning and kind of do all the bits that I was going to do on the stream that I didn't get to do on the stream, and get them done, kind of get back ahead so we can stream again maybe tomorrow evening. So big thanks to Mark, as he was able to throw in the 180. So yes, we're talking not me now, we're talking Mark at Firework Crazy, great guy. I'm lighting a box on it, and that's, yeah, that's something else. Obviously, electronically lighting stuff is the safest way to do it, but nothing beats, as I say, going in the back garden with a small selection box, hand lighting a few little fireworks for the family. It's great. You know, it's what I used to do. My dad used to do with me as a kid, and it's nice for me to be able to do that with my daughter now as well. Baby Lisa has left the chat. Okay, bye-bye, Baby Lisa. Thank you for being here. I like the tiny mini spinning saucers that spin on the floor. Do you know what? Yeah, talking of the little ground spinners, I actually have a pack here of, these are new for 2024, Vulcan Cyclone spinners. I'm yet to film these actually. I'm going to film them and review them on my channel, put footage on. Little ground spinners. You basically put it on the ground, light it, it spins around. It's a bit like a Catherine wheel, but a bit more kind of erratic. They're now legal in the UK, ground spinners, interestingly. So yeah, this is new from Vulcan Fireworks for 2024. It's called Cyclone. You get 12 in a pack. They're on my list to fire and film, and of course there'll be a review on my channel in the coming, well, I say days. It may now be weeks. I've got quite a lot of prep to do before my displays for bonfire night. So we'll see. Yeah, they're a lot of fun though. What boxes did you go for this year? Phil says to Bulletproof Mum. Craig is going night all. Catch you all soon. Take care of yourselves. Craig, thank you for being here. Appreciate your company this evening. Hopefully see you on a stream again soon. Right, what was I doing? I was doing the little Yorgi strobes. That's right. So let's see how I'm going to mount this, because I've got to bear in mind I'm going to have a Catherine wheel in front of this as well. So I might actually... am I going to mount that like that? I think I probably am. Let's have a think. Yeah, let's do it like that. That will be fine. Yeah, okay, so I need another screw and my screwdriver. Kimbolton Gold and one of the Bright Star ones, and the magnetism one from Lidl. Yeah, standard, isn't it? Plus rockets, have a couple of cakes, mostly what I already put. Yeah. And it's good, you know, sometimes that's what I do on my New Year's Eve streams that you see. Sometimes the products I use in that is product from my displays for around bonfire night that for whatever reason didn't fire, the ignited failed or whatever. I'll just reuse it on New Year's Eve streams. Right, let me screw this on here, like so. Make sure that's nice and tight. Perfect. And then the little the strobe can go on there, and I can gaffer tape that on. I say I'll do the wheels another night because I'll have my back to you guys otherwise. But there's going to be a little wheel on the front of these. Next time you see them on a stream, they'll probably be on. So these are the little Yorgie white strobes. I love these strobes. It'd be great if they did them in different colours. I know Celtic do some different coloured strobes, but I'd love it if Yorgie brought out this same JS021 fountain, but in like different colours. I'd love to see like some blues. Blue strobes would be nice, wouldn't they? Right, so that's, do you know what? After 2 and a bit hours, we've kind of got one board pretty much taped down. It's not wired up though yet. You've got to connect all the talons. Shall I do that now, or shall I move on to another board? Let's see. Yeah, let's wire this up, then we can show you guys the process. Baby Peach, the council have cancelled free public displays again this year. Yes, that's the same where I am in Manchester. The council have cancelled all the public displays again, as they have done every year since COVID, which seems a nice convenient excuse for them. I understand why they cancelled them at the time, but now it just seems like, oh, we've cancelled them. It's like, oh, great, we've cancelled them. We don't need to do them again. So there's all sorts of excuses that they want to spend the money elsewhere and put other stuff on, like, yeah, whatever. But yeah, there's no council displays, which is why I'm really excited. The display I'm doing on Bonfire Night itself on a football pitch, which is like in my community, is great because there's no other public displays in this area. So I've wanted for years to be able to do a community display for my community, and touch wood, this year that's going to happen. So the Gatling is a strange one. Yeah, I wondered how long it would be before the Gatling gun came up. So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, there's a firework out there. I can show you a facsimile of it because it's exactly the same. They all come from the same factory. Let's just get this one out of its wrapper. Bear with me a second. I shall be back on camera in a minute. So this is the Aurora Borealis candle from Pyroworks, rebranded for 2024. It's now called Big Salvo. We actually did on one of my streams last year, you guys may remember, we actually did an unwrapping and found a completely different firework underneath it. The Gatling gun is basically identical. What is it? It's like a 300 shot Roman candle. It looks massive. We actually sort of took one of these apart and found out that, it wasn't this one we took apart, but actually the tubes only go down to there, and this one's just kind of all air and padding and polystyrene in the bottom. Different brands have it, different wraps. So there is the Gatling gun. There's a few other ones out there as well. The controversy over these is that the footage you see of these from China has people holding them whilst they're firing them. And that's not what they're for. These are not for holding. These, they have a spike in the ground. You put them in the ground, you light them, you move away. You don't hold them. But there's a lot of controversy because, you know, they call like things like Gatling guns. Some of the designs look like guns, and so potentially it's going to encourage people to hold these whilst they're firing, which you shouldn't do. Pyroworks have actually gone one stage further this year and actually put handles on them. They say it's because people couldn't put these in their bags and they wanted a way to carry them, so they actually come with a carry handle, which I'm not sure I entirely agree with, but that's what they're doing. They can be removed, and I would suggest if you do get one of Pyroworks' Big Salvo candles this year, and it does have a handle on, you remove that handle. Hopefully the retailer you get it from will remove it for you. But as a reminder, these kind of candles, any candles, they're not handheld. Do not hold these. Do not light and hold them. Do not aim them at buildings. Do not fire them at people. That's not what they're for. So yeah, that's the Gatling gun controversy dealt with. So, have you seen the 10-meter fountains? Yes. So we've this is about the third, fourth time we mentioned this on this stream. Yes, I have seen the new Celtic fountain. I fired it. I've seen one. I got given one earlier this week to test. I filmed it on Tuesday. There's footage going to be coming up on my channel probably tomorrow now of that. It's really impressive, guys. It's a best consumer fountain you're ever going to see, but it comes at a price, £60. It's very expensive, but it is impressive. So yes, I have seen it. I haven't just seen footage, I've seen it with my own eyes, and it's impressive. There's a full review coming on my channel probably tomorrow now. So Baby PG feels like there is no bonfire night without fireworks, and I think people will let fireworks off. Yeah, I mean, bonfire night without fireworks wouldn't be bonfire night, would it? So, and yes, people do let them off in the garden, the back garden, and that's perfectly fine. Just make sure you've got a big enough space in your garden to do that. 3D printer guide, yeah, the infamous firework, yeah. Bulletproof Mum says we don't even have a decent private paid one here now since the cricket club stopped. My scouts disbanded. I'm heading. Yeah, this is it. There are fewer and fewer public displays, firework displays now, which is such a shame because the argument has always been go to an organised display. It's safer than having fireworks in your garden. But of course, there's less and less organised displays now, so more and more people are doing them in the garden. So yeah, so this is why I'm really excited to hopefully, all being well, be able to do one for my community on bonfire night itself, because there's nothing community-wise in this area. Those spikes are problematic with Joe Public. They need to support. They need more support than that anyway. And now people, yeah, that is a very good point. These are quite top heavy. As I said before, like the Cheadle bit, it actually only comes down to about here. The rest inside here is just padding. It's polystyrene. It's designed to like a wow factor. So you see this and think, wow, what an amazing candle. Actually, it's only as long as like a normal 56 shot candle, which I don't think I've got to hand at the moment. But they come with these spikes, stick them on the ground. The spikes are only plastic. They're top heavy. These can break off. They do need more support. Unless you are firing this vertically straight up, you might be able to get away with it. If you're firing these in pairs at angles and these are slight on a slant, it is top heavy. These do snap. I have seen people snap these off as well. So yeah, you do need extra support with these as well. They're a lot less impressive than they look from their size. If you see this in a shop, you think, wow, that's amazing. It must be amazing. They're okay, but I say the firework itself ends there. This is just all padding. So let's have a look. The cricket ground near me do one, but in my opinion, the shells are too big for the site, and shells exploding over your head is a cool feeling. Isn't a cool feeling, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been to some organised displays where I thought, I don't actually feel safe here. So, yeah, you've got to use your initiative. And, you know, if you go to an organised display and you don't feel safe there, best thing you can do is leave. I know people you're with might be disappointed, but if it's not safe, it's probably not worth the risk. What happens if fireworks are banned to the public in the future? Well, hopefully that won't happen, but who knows? It might happen, could happen. I don't want to get all political, so you know I keep my streams politics and religion free. I find that it's easier that way and less controversial. What if fireworks get banned to the public? Well, then I guess people like me, who are classed as persons with specialist knowledge, would probably still be okay. We'd probably still be able to get them, even though Joe Public might not be able to. So, but who knows? We're speculating. I don't know. Hopefully it won't happen. Hopefully fireworks will continue to be available to the public. But we shall see. Right, is this... Oh, I was going to say, is this table done? No, it's not, because I need to start doing some talons now. Right, okay, so on the back of these boards, let me spin this around. This is where my fireworks are going to connect. This is a slat or a rail. This is a FireTech one. There's a review and in-depth guide to these on my channel as well if you're interested. These are 16 channel, so I can connect 16 different talons igniters to them and have 16 different cues. You could connect multiple talons igniters to each cue, which is what I'll be doing in the case of when I've got these Firestorm ones on here. These are both going to be on the same channel, but obviously there's two fireworks, so they'll be in the same channel. So these need to all connect up. I'm going to be using talons primarily on these fountain boards, which we showed you earlier. I've got some 50 centimetre ones, I've got some 1 metre ones. That should be enough to be able to connect all those up. Excuse me a minute while I get a drink. As I say, a bit of a cold hanging around, sore throat, Qatari, so you have to excuse me if I need to stop for a drink every now and then. I take it year by year, to be honest, says a 3D printer guy. Have you seen the new Hawk in Hell Rockets by Brothers? I haven't, says VSL Pyrotechnic. How much do you think you need to spend on Pyro to make a little display worthy for locals to go and watch? That's a good question. So, like, this display here that I'm doing in Liverpool, because space is restricted, everything is F2 or less. There's no F3 products in here at all. It's all F2. And as you can see, some of the fountains I'm using, tiny, tiny little fountains, which you'd never think would work in a public display. But raise them up, do enough of them, fire them all together, and actually it looks quite impressive. So you can spend very little and achieve quite big effects by using things in multiples. These traffic light fountains, you get 3 in a pack. They're maybe about £3, £4, £5. So not massively expensive. On their own rubbish, do the lot together and they look half decent. So you don't have to spend a lot to be able to achieve some good effects using some quite cheap, basic fireworks. Any of the petitions I can sign to ensure fireworks don't get banned? Yes, there is one. Let me see if I can find that for you. I can put a link for that in the chat. Bear with me a second, everybody, whilst I try and pull that up. Right, here we go. I will double check this link before I post this link in the chat. So bear with me whilst it loads. Yeah, so there's a petition to keep fireworks publicly available in the UK. The petition is run by the UK Firework Alliance, and I will post the link to it in the chat now. So if you go to that link, you can add your vote to the petition to keep fireworks publicly available in the UK. So please go ahead and do that if you want fireworks to still be available to the public in the UK. If you don't sign the petition. It's that simple. So Ollie, yes, hopefully that link will help you. I think if they did ban, then it would be like Ireland people. Yeah, and this is the thing. People think, oh, let's just ban fireworks. It will solve everything. It won't, because all it will do, it'll just push it all underground, and you'll get a lot more illegal fireworks, a lot more firework misuse, a lot of antisocial firework use. And that's not just me scaremongering. That's what's happened in Ireland. That's what happened in Hawaii and various places in America where fireworks have been banned. It's actually made the problem worse. So banning something doesn't always solve the problems. VSL Pyrotechnic says apparently Warhawks now have an increased amount of NEC. Yeah, usually Warhawks, I think they're about 68 grams of NEC roughly. So it'd be interesting, have they increased that? Interesting to know what they've increased that to. There is a pro firework thing doing around on Facebook at the moment. That might be the one I've just posted the link to, Joseph. I say it's run by the UK Firework Alliance, and they have been posting that on Facebook. But I've posted it in the chat as well, so do consider putting your name, your signature to that if you want fireworks to remain available to the public in the UK. Send tables as last year or remade for this year. These are the same fountain tables as last year. Strip them all off, clean them all down, taking all the brackets off, because I'm doing a different layout on them. So these are the same. I have made 5 more because I say I've got 2 displays, one on the 3rd, one on the 5th. So not a lot of time to take everything off and put everything back on in a different way. So I am going to be building another set of 5 firework boards. I have made the boards themselves, haven't put any fireworks on yet for my other display. So I've now got 10 of these boards in total. But these are the 5 that I'm going to be using in Liverpool. So I don't think the petition site is back up and running yet, so hopefully no petitions this year. I say I have just put a link to a petition, so do feel free to check that out if you want. Our little Scouts display had to be F2 and put on out of our own pockets, and that was a few years ago. Range available is much better now. As Mark says, multiples also pays. Yeah, this is it. So if you're new to fireworks and you want to put on a display, what I would say is bigger is not always better. As we've just seen from that great big candle looks impressive. You're like, oh wow, that's amazing. Actually, inside of that, there's a lot of air, as we call it, a lot of not firework in it. So bigger fireworks are not always better. Using smaller fireworks, but using them in multiples, using them creatively, using them at height, using them at angles, all kinds of things you can do to make little fireworks look more impressive than they are. Thanks, Marco, says Ollie. Yeah, no, you're welcome, Ollie. Thank you. And not all bang bang, building quieter sections and layer effects. Yeah, Bulletproof Mum's got a good point there as well. I like to do that in my displays as well. There's nothing worse than watching a firework display where your audience are getting bored. The way you keep that interest is by doing different effects, different layers, different heights of things, different effects. You don't want it all silent, you don't want it all crackling, but you want some unusual effects as well, maybe some hummers, maybe some spinners, all kinds of different things. Keep it interesting and watch the length of your display as well. Sometimes you think, oh, the longer the display is, the better it will be. That's not always the case. Sometimes shorter displays are a lot better. In my experience of doing these, I try to keep my displays down to somewhere between about 12 to 15 minutes. It's always difficult to get it exact with consumer fireworks because the duration on things are not always as they should be. But I usually find 12 to 15 minutes is about right. Anything less than 12 minutes, the audience starts to feel a little bit shortchanged, even if they're not paid. But do you know what I mean? They don't feel like they've seen a particularly good display if it's like less than 10 minutes. If you start going above 15 minutes and you start getting to 20, 25 minutes, the audience are going to get bored, especially if you've got bad weather as well. If it's raining, people are going to not be wanting to stand outside for that long. So 12 to 15 minutes is my recommendation. It's what I aim my displays to be, and it's what I suggest if you're putting on a display, you kind of aim for that kind of ballpark figure as well. Anyone shop at Lafferty's for their fireworks? I don't, because I don't have a Lafferty's near me, but I have seen their range, and they do, in the past, have had good prices. I haven't paid an awful lot of attention to their range this year because, again, I don't have a Lafferty's anywhere near me. But from memory, in the past, their prices haven't been bad. I think I've already signed that one. I hope it gets some good numbers. Yeah, thanks for 3D printer guy. TNT did a wheel called 6 Foot Wheel. Shame you can't get it now because it was brilliant. Friendly Neighborhood Pyroman. Lafferty's has some good bargains, but some not so good. Yeah, and it's weeding out the good buys from the not so good buys, isn't it? And that's not just with Lafferty's. That's kind of with everything. Right, are we back? Let me know when we're back, guys. Are we back? Can you hear me? I don't know what happened there, guys. I'm sorry about that. We've restarted the stream and I can see that we're back. So apologies for that. Hopefully you're still here. If you had to leave, that's fine. If you watch on the replay, it will seem seamless. I've never been away. There we go. We're back. We're back. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, guys. Hey, I don't know. But we're back. So I don't think you've missed much because I haven't done much. I don't even know when the stream cuts out, but I put a talon on this one, I put a talon on this one, I put a talon on that one. I've done 3 talons. They are, that's what you missed. Oh, great. It's great that you guys are still back. Yeah, Josie says you're back. Bulletproof Mum says, woo. Ollie Clark says you're back. JLK Pyronut says, still here. Great. Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate you sticking with that. Let me see if I did catch up on any chat before everyone started saying, oh, the stream's frozen. Josie says I do 3 rounds of about 5 to 7 minutes each with a hot dog and hot drink. Yeah, that's another way of doing it. Yeah, break your display up. Why do a continuous display for 15, 20 minutes? Why not just do 5 minutes, have a bit of a break, have some live music, some entertainment, whatever, have some more fireworks, make a whole night out of it. Why not? I like that. Josie says I don't like to count, but I blew over $1,000 last year. I think, yeah, it's easy to do. Phil says, I think most brands have good and bad products, so it's nice to be able to pick and choose. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I try and do. I try and sort of cherry pick different bits from different brands. I'm very honoured and very privileged that I do get a lot of fireworks to film and review and provide landed footage for, often before anybody else in the country's seen them. Like I did one this last week that literally landed in the country on the Monday. I filmed it on the Tuesday and it was out on YouTube that night. So I'm very honoured to be able to see these fireworks, so I don't just have to rely on videos, because videos can be deceiving of fireworks, especially if they're China footage. It can be often quite a lot different from what we have landed in the UK. So it's really important to be able to get landed footage of products so you guys can see what a product actually looks like. But I'd encourage you, don't just sort of trust my videos or somebody else's videos. When I look for fireworks, if I'm not familiar with it, I will go on YouTube and I will find every single video I possibly can of that product by lots of different people, and sort of take an average of them all and get a rough idea then of how long something is going to last and what it's going to look like. But the good thing, hopefully, about my reviews, which I know some of you guys appreciate in my footage, is I'm not a retailer. I have nothing to gain by showing fireworks in a particular light or favourably. I just say what I see. I film what I see. I try and get the footage as accurate, as close to what I see with my own eyes as I can. I put it out and I give honest reviews. I'm not incentivized to give favorable reviews. Because I'm not a retailer, it's like I don't have to put out, make a product sound good just to sell it. I don't care whether something sells or not. Nothing to do with me. I just want to put out good, honest, unbiased reviews. I have actually turned down products. I've been offered products, say, well, here, we'll give you this product to review if you give it a favorable review. And I've just been like, no. That's not how I want to do it. I want my channel to have integrity. I want you guys to be able to trust my reviews. So I will only film and review stuff if I'm allowed to do it and give my honest opinion on stuff. So hopefully you guys appreciate that as well. Friendly Neighbourhood Pyroman. Last year I bought a case of Red White Rebel, but nothing stands out for me this year. Yeah, right. Red White Rebel, I think, was is that a Leslie product? I think it is. It's one of the Volt kind of offshoots of that. So yeah, live stream is frozen. Oh, here we are. Here's everyone saying the live stream is frozen. We're back, everybody, by the way, now. The stream is helping Marko out so we can get these fountains tables done. Yeah. It's typical, you know, I turn my back on the chat for like 2 minutes to get something done and the stream crashes and I'm not aware of it for like 5 minutes. So apologies, guys. But we're back. The phone might have died. I'm not actually using a phone, but yeah, something died, but we're back anyway. Phil says, where's everybody from? Yeah, let us know in the chat where you're from. Are you watching from the UK? Are you watching from further afield? I'm in Manchester-ish, Greater Manchester. In the UK, and it's coming up to 20 to midnight here. So, but let me know where you're from in the chat. JOK Pyronut from the Midlands, Ollie from Wiltshire, Joseph from Norwich in Norfolk, Phil from Newcastle under Lyme near Stoke. And where do you guys buy fireworks from? Is the question that Ollie's asking. JOK Pyronut says, well, Mark is still streaming, so no video. I still get the comments. So, yeah, so I'm still here. Don't worry. I will never just like stop a stream without saying goodbye first. If a stream dies, I will try my very best to bring it back every time. VSL says, what happened to Benwell fireworks? Yeah, that's a good question. I've not seen a Benwell product for years. I think the last Benwell firework I fired was Blue Moon, which was like a wheel. It's quite a nice wheel, actually, that. But yeah, what happened to Benwell? Good question. Who's getting their hands on dogs from Celtic? Yeah, that looks good, doesn't it? I haven't got my hands on that yet, but it does look impressive. How many fountain tables did you complete since you were gone? 0. Do you film reviews at home? How are your neighbours with it? No, I don't. I actually have a good relationship with a farmer in a field. It's like half an hour away, so it's a bit of a trek for me. But unlike some farmers, he is absolutely fine with fireworks. He has livestock, he has sheep, he has cows. He's absolutely fine with me doing fireworks in his field, with those in other fields. He doesn't have a problem with it at all. So no, I don't fire them in my back garden, because otherwise, yeah, the neighbours wouldn't be happy. So I go out into the middle of nowhere, into this field, and I can make as much noise as I want. The farmer's happy for me to do it, and it works out well. So what happened, says Phil? Well, I'm back. Hopefully you're back as well. 3D printer guy is from Grimsby. I'm in Hayes near Heathrow Airport. Cube was another great brand, and Royal Party. Yes, and actually I got gifted. I don't think I've got them in. Have I got them in the garage? No, they're not in the garage. I got gifted a couple of Cube mines the other day, which haven't been around for years. Amazing things. So yeah, there was some amazing Cube products. I'm not sure yet whether to fire them or keep them or film them and put them on my channel. I don't know, but we'll see. So I've been gifted a couple of Cube mines, which I'm very excited about. So you need a forklift to move the head to weighs a ton. Yeah, this is it. Some of the compounds are getting so big now. Pyroworks have one called Perpetual Motion. It's 4 people to lift it. It's crazy. Right, I think I'm caught up on chat and the stream's working again. Right, let's carry on then. So, right, the cricket's fountain. Again, this one's got its fuse under the cellophane as well. So let's expose that. Let's get a talent on that and let's work out what channel on my rail, my slat, it's going to go into. That's going into 10. You know, it makes it sound like I've actually designed the shows for these yet. I haven't. I will design the show once all this is kind of set up. I will then work out the firing order and things. I haven't done a firing order yet for this. There will be one, but I kind of like to set it all up and kind of know what I've actually got first and then work out the order things are going to fire in. But it doesn't stop me kind of planning where everything's going to plug in at least. So this is going into 10. Again, I'll be back in a moment. That's in 10. The jelly beans fountain, the standard spectrum, is going into 12. And then I will check the chat again, check we're still here. Right, that's in 12. Let's do a hashtag chat check. 3D printer guy says, going back to an earlier comment about shells and small sites, would that void any insurance the company has? If they've kept the safety distances, probably not. The thing is with shells, and the thing is with F4 products in general, is there isn't actually minimum safety distances. Like on all the F2 stuff, all the F3 stuff, it will tell you exactly how far spectators must be at least away. F4 products is different. You have to use your kind of initiative. Unless it actually physically states on the product how far away spectators need to be. Most F4 stuff doesn't. So it's a bit of a grey area, but as a general rule for shells, for every 1mm diameter of shell, your spectators should be a metre away. So if you've got a 100mm diameter shell, your spectators should be 100 metres away at minimum. If you've got a 200mm diameter shell, your spectators should be at least 200 metres away. That's kind of a rule of thumb. But you would have to, you know, in the event something happened on a professional display, if a shell, you know, God forbid, went into the audience, would it invalidate your insurance? No, if you'd followed all the relevant safety procedures and you could demonstrate that you had risk assessed it and you'd taken every precaution possible, and so it wouldn't automatically invalidate your insurance. No, but it wouldn't be good, let's put it that way. Any Goldilocks fountains this year, Mark? Yes, not in this display for Liverpool, but in my display for Manchester, yes, I've got 5 Goldilocks fountains this year. I think I used 3 in Liverpool last year. I'm going to be using 5 on my fountain boards for my Manchester display. So yes, some more Goldilocks fountains again this year. They're really nice fountains. I like them. Squeep says, do you recommend compounds over buying a bunch of £50 cakes? So compounds, do you know what? I prefer individual cakes to compounds. And the reason for that, well, you might, if you follow my channel, you might have seen, I did a video a few months ago about, there's a new compound out. It lasts about 7 minutes. I mean, great if, you know, you just want to light a fuse and stand back and enjoy 7 minutes of fireworks. But from a safety point of view, I like to be able to stop a show within a reasonable time frame. If for whatever reason, if an emergency occurs and I need to halt a firework display, I want the skies to go dark as quickly as possible. Now, if you've got a compound that's lasting 7 minutes and you light it and then 30 seconds in, there's an emergency and you've got to stop your show, you're still going to get fireworks going off in the sky for another 6.5 minutes. So that is one of the downsides of compounds. That's why I don't really use many compounds in my displays, because I prefer to have more control over being able to do a show stop in the event of emergency. So compounds are great. There are some amazing compounds out there. I have fired and filmed and reviewed compounds on my channel, but I tend not to use that many of them in my displays. I prefer individual cakes rather than compounds for that reason of safety, really. Now, if you get a compound that's only going to last a minute, yeah, that's fine. But when you start getting to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minute long compounds, you've got to kind of question, like, could you bring your show to a stop quickly if you needed to? And really, with a compound that long, you probably can't. So I hope that answers your question on that. A squeep. So Joseph says, do you get a load of different pieces, stick them down and then decide on your firing order? Yeah, I kind of pretty much do for these displays. The planning for these displays starts months ago, and it starts by me going on various retailers and suppliers websites, looking at what fireworks are available, looking at what new fireworks are coming in, looking back at what fireworks I've used in previous displays that were really good that I want to use again if I can get them. Looking out for things like this Hocus Pocus fountain from Brothers. It's been away for a number of years. It's not been available. It's finally come back this year. It's great. I've used it in the past, not for a while. Wanted to use that again. Managed to get hold of it. So that's the first thing I do. I kind of get a list together of what I want, like a wish list, and then how many of each of them I want to get. Price it all up, and then I usually have to do quite a lot of value engineering. So cutting things out to bring the cost of my show down, because inevitably my wish list gets to be very, very long, and realistically I can't afford all that stuff for my show. Also, I don't need all that stuff for my show, otherwise my show would be an hour long. So a lot of the process is taken up by sort of watching all the videos for all the different products, thinking, oh, actually that one's quite similar to that. I don't really need both. Which one do I prefer? Right, let's take that one out. And so getting it down, whittling a list down to the fireworks I actually want and kind of fit within the budget and things. So that's the next step. Then of course it's a case of obtaining the fireworks, getting them. That's kind of the stage we're at now. Planning where they're actually going to go in terms of the site layout. So this display in Liverpool is going to have these 5 front sites. Behind that, there's going to be 3 cake/candle sites, one in the middle, one either side. My display on the football pitch is going to be similar. It's going to have those 5 front sites again. It's going to have 3 cake sites and actually 3 candle sites, so it's a bigger display. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 sites for that. So I sort of plan where the fireworks are going to be positioned next. And then once I've got that sorted out, then I'll start working out a firing order. And that's not kind of done chronologically either. I will usually work back from the finale. So when I'm looking at which fireworks I want to buy, I'll be thinking, oh, well, that would work quite well in the finale. What would that work well with? Oh, that one would work quite well with it. So I have a finale in mind. And then I sort of think, right, how do I want to start the show? Which ones are going to be good kind of audience attention grabbing pieces to start with? So I'll start with the end, then the start, and then kind of work out, right, how do I want to get from the start to the end? What order am I going to fire things in? How am I going to keep it sort of fresh and interesting and not get boring? Because it will get quite, there's lots of fountains on these tables. It'll get boring if it's one fountain and another fountain and then another fountain. So it's like, what will work well together? I want to have different layers. I want to have different heights. So what fountains can I have going off here whilst there's something going up on the sky behind? What will work? What will contrast well? And then kind of thinking of all that. And then once I've got sort of the rough order, it's then a case of programming it all, getting it into the firing system and testing it, and then take it to site, set it all up and fire it. So sounds simple, but there's a lot of work that goes into it. So yeah, this show is at the stage where I know what fireworks I'm getting, all being well. I'm still waiting for another third of them. Are they going to arrive? I don't know. I think I have some contingencies. But everything's arrived for the fountain tables, pretty much apart from these Vulcan ones, but I know I'm getting those next week, definitely. So I can start planning these. And the way I'll do these fountain tables is, I say I'll look at what's on them and I'll think about what order do I want things to go off on this fountain table. And I'll kind of get those in an order. And then I will start slotting candles in. I will start slotting in cakes and things like that. So it's a long process and it's not easy. But it doesn't concern me that I haven't actually fully designed this show yet. It will be designed. I know it will be designed and it will look good. But at the moment, we're just at the stage where we're just sort of assembling things. And actually, this is a good way of doing it because as I'm setting these things up, it's giving me ideas as I go as to the order I want to do things in them. Does this need to fire before that? Should that fire first? And so, yeah, that's kind of the process that I go through. Phil says shops I'd recommend are fireworks. Yeah, so he's recommending a few different specialist shops there, and there are a lot around the country. Some of them do online delivery as well, which is great. Sometimes you have to spend a minimum amount to be able to get delivery. Some of them just deliver locally, some of them are nationally. But there are a number of different firework specialist shops, all year round shops around the country. And I suggest go and check some of them out. Go and check out your nearest, find out where it is, go and visit them. They will have a great range of fireworks. Right, let me catch up on some chat. What compound lasted 7 minutes? I'm very interested in seeing this. So it's on my channel, and do you know what? Off the top of my head, I can't remember. Let me go on my channel. I'll find the video and tell you. I think it was it a quantum fireworks one? Maybe. Give me a second and I'll find it on my channel. Right, videos. So yeah, the video on my channel is called "Is This the Longest Firework Ever?" It was posted 3 months ago, and the compound in question is, let's mute that, Magnificent 7 from Quantum Fireworks. It's an F3 compound, 478 shots from 20 and 25 millimeter tubes, 1.4G. I'm just reading the subtitles on my video as it goes. But yeah, Quantum Fireworks Magnificent 7 lasts 7 minutes. Go check out my video on it. I say there's a video and review and things like that. So what about Dancing Red Devils fireworks? What about Dancing Red Devil fireworks? Don't know. Does the 1 meter for every 1 millimeter rule work for F2 fireworks? For small? No. So that 1 millimeter for 1 meter only works for category F4 shells. For consumer fireworks for F2, F3, they will all say the minimum spectator distance on. So for example, this one here says a safety distance of 8 meters. So your spectators must be a minimum of 8 meters away from this firework. Other F2 ones will say 15 meters. Let's see if any of these say 15 and 8. I have a feeling all these ones are 8 on here. But yeah, F2 is either 8 or 15. F3 is 25 meters. So you can't just use an arbitrary 1 millimeter per meter. It doesn't work with F2 or F3. F2 and F3 pieces will state on them what the minimum spectator distance is. Ollie is off now. Thanks, Marko, for the stream. I'll catch everyone tomorrow. Bye. Yes, hopefully see you on a stream tomorrow, Ollie. Thanks for being here. VSL Fireworks says, can I launch 25 meter distance fireworks in a 6 to 8 meter garden? No, is a simple answer to that. Unless, I mean, okay, let's be pedantic. Could you launch a 25 meter safety distance fountain in a 6 to 8 meter garden? Yes, if you had no spectators and there were no buildings or obstacles around. So if you had an 8-metre garden in the middle of a field, for example, there was nobody around to watch the firework, and there were no buildings or anything else in the area, then technically you could, but I'm splitting hairs. Realistically, no, you can't use category F3 firework in a garden that's only 6 metres long or wide. Squeep says, I usually buy some fuse, but live in Glasgow, so delivery won't make it for bonfire night. So I was thinking of just going for compounds this year. Yeah, well, that's it. You know, if you can't get the fuse and you don't have a firing system and you don't want to or don't feel confident hand lighting lots of fireworks, then yeah, compounds are an answer. I say, there's nothing inherently wrong with compounds. If you're doing something in your back garden, the chance of you needing to do a show stop, or, you know, I'm talking about displays where the public are at. If the public are at a display and you need to stop the show quickly, compounds are not the long-running compounds are not the ideal. If you're just doing something in your back garden with your family and friends, if you want to fire a 7-minute compound, you go right ahead and fire a 7-minute compound, provided, of course, you've got the space. How good is foil tape? Does it completely stop any potential early firings when fireworks close together? It's pretty good. Aluminium foil tape, if you get some good quality stuff, it's pretty good at stopping sparks. I'll be using it on these fountain tables, and from experience, it will prevent any cross ignition. It's not infallible. If you've got sparks landing on this for long enough, let's say for 2-3 minutes plus, they will eventually burn through. But these, you know, these little ones will burn for like 30 seconds maybe. 30 seconds worth of sparks on here are not going to burn through this. You could, if you've got slightly bigger fountains, you could put a couple of layers of this on and the fountains will still fire through. I wouldn't do that on little fountains because they might not be powerful enough to penetrate 2 layers of this, but usually 1 layer of this is adequate. If you've not got this, you can use kitchen foil, tin foil, aluminium foil, but just make sure you get the thick, heavy-duty stuff. Don't get the thin, cheap stuff. The Greatest Showman by Brothers is 8 to 10 minutes long. Wow, that's even longer than the Quantum ones. VSL, not Marko here, but short answer no. Right, okay, yeah, we're answering the other questions. Yeah, thanks for that, Bulletproof Mum, answering the question there on whether you can fire 25-metre distance fireworks in a 6 to 8 metre garden. No. And yes, the conversation about 1 metre per millimetre diameter is for professionals. Yes, that's right. My comments there were just talking from a professional point of view. For consumer stuff, everything will say the minimum safety distance on it, and do abide by those, please. And what candles have you gone with this year? So for this display, there's going to be some, these ones which we used last year, these Diamond Firestorm ones, don't laugh, they're actually not bad. There's going to be some Diamond Firestorm, there's going to be some Yorgi Storm 3s and Storm 4s. There's going to be some 56 shot Evolution ones, which, can I put my hands on those? No, because I don't know where they are. There's going to be some 56 shot Evolution Northern Lights ones. What else is there going to be on this one? That might be it for this one. On my, this is my Liverpool show. On my Manchester display, there's going to be, again, the Firestorms, the Yorgi Storm 3, Storm 4s. There's going to be some Yorgi Dream 1s. There's going to be some Yorgi Spinners. There's going to be some more 56 shot Northern Lights ones from Evolution. There's going to be some Yorgi candle barrages. There's even going to be, I've still got left a couple of Vivid 56 shot strobing white strobe ones as well. So there's going to be lots of candles on that one. So yeah, quite a variety. So brands from Diamond, Yorgi, Evolution, Vivid this year, I think, candle wise. So there we go. I believe Brexit is F2 15 metres. Yes, it is indeed. I am actually using Brexit as part of my finale for this show. So this show, everything is F2. And I don't use any 30, because you can get 30mm tube F2 stuff now, which is really incredibly powerful and really should probably be F3, but in terms of safety distance. So I don't use any of that. Brexit will be part of the finale on this because it is F2. It does require 15 metre safety distance. And I think the tube size is 25mm, not 30. So there we go. Right, and we've caught up on chat. Good, where are we up to? We're still not getting very far here, are we? Right, I'm going to leave that one for now. I'm going to do these little traffic light ones. Let's find out what channels they are going into. 1, 2 and 3, red, yellow, green. So which one was the red one there? Is that going to reach? Yep. So again, I'm clipping this as close as I can to where the fuse goes into the cone. Like so. Let's clip the other two on as well. There we go. Right, red was going into 1. It's always worth taking time to make sure you get these right, because it's going to be nothing worse. If I've got 5 of these on the frontage of my display, it's going to be nothing worse than if we get red, 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 yellow, red. So I want to make sure they're all wired correctly. So we get red, 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 and yellow, 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 and green, 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 of course. So on these little traffic light fountains. So red's going into number 1. Down here, excuse me for a moment, whilst I go under the fountain table and connect that one in like that. Yellow's going into 2. So yeah, on the question on foiling as well, we're going to do some foiling in a few minutes, so you'll be able to see how I foil the tops of these if you're interested. So this is the yellow traffic light fountain in there, and then the green one into channel 3. There we go. Right, and the strobe, let's just catch up on chat. Diamond candles are really cheap as well. Diamond have some candles called Hot 8 and they have very big bursts. Yeah, I think they're F3 though, aren't they, those candles, which is why I'm obviously not using them in this display. But yeah, these Firestorm ones, say we tried these for the first time as a result of these live streams last year. 140 shots, just coloured pearls, nothing spectacular. But again, use them in multiples, use them fan, use them in pairs. One on its own is going to be pathetic. Several of them are going to look okay. 140 shots. These are about £3 each. That's the cheapest I've seen them. You can get them at £3.50, £4. It's still a good value, but yeah, £3, these are a steal. Net explosive content on them is not massive, 39.2 grams, but 140 shots. As I say, in multiples, they look all right. Yeah, 30mm f2 should automatically be f3. Yes, unfortunately, the way f2 and f3 works, it's not based on the tube size. So, but yeah, I agree. In terms of spectator distances, 30mm tubes, you need your spectators to be a lot further away than little 20mm tubes. So, right, let's get the strobe on. Do I need a slightly longer? I might need a slightly longer rematch on that, unless I can go. I can go under, it will work. What number's the strobe going into? Strobe is going into 9. So we're going to come up here and clip on like that. The only downside of these little Yorgi strobes is the fuses do fall out quite easily. They're literally just kind of taped onto the top. All right, this is going into 9. here. Right, so everything is on this fountain table now, apart from the 4 little Vulcan fountains, which I know I'm going to get next week, and apart from the wheel, which I've got, which I'll put on tomorrow. So next thing to do is foil the tops of these. Now, the little T1 strobes have already got foil tops on, which is great. You don't need to do anything with those. The others, though, as you can see, we've got like exposed fuses here, so we need to cover those up with our aluminium tape. Excuse me. Bulletproof Mum says, yeah, total NEC versus tube / effect size is an interesting debate when it comes to F2/F3. And that's why precisely, yes, some manufacturers recommend 15 meters on F2 product. Yeah, that's true. They're great colours for so little money. I say these were all right. The fact that there's some blue in there was good because you get so many fireworks that are just like red and green pearls. It's boring. At least there's some blue in here as well. So yeah, for the price, they're not bad. Right, I need another drink. Bear with me a second. Right. Okay, foiling time. So the purpose of foiling is to prevent or minimise the chances of cross-ignition. Cross-ignition is when the sparks from one firework could start one of the other fireworks going, which I don't want. So I'm going to show you here on this big one. Is this in shot? Yes, it's just about in shot. So I want to put foil over here to protect the fuse on this one, so we don't get sparks falling onto the fuse. There's already foil on the top of it, so I don't really need to foil the top as well, but I do want to protect this fuse. And when I do this, I try and put it over the talon as well as the fuse and then to the body of the firework. It then keeps the talon from moving. Typically, actually, what I would normally do, but in this case I won't, I would normally, once I've wired everything up like this, before I foil it, I will take this stand outside, I'll connect it up to my firing system in test mode and just check that I've got continuity in all the talons. Once I have, then I'll go ahead and foil everything. For now though, I am going to foil everything and just hope I got continuity when I test it. If not, I'll then have to take the foil off and put a new talon on. So it's easy to do your testing before you actually put your foil on, but obviously I can't test this inside. It wouldn't be safe. I'm not going to do it outside now. It's too dark. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and foil over these to show you guys what to do. And thanks to everyone. We've still got 9-10 people here, I think, watching at the moment. So thanks everybody for being here as we just passed the midnight hour here in the UK. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream tonight. My throat is suffering, but we will get these foiled at least. So I'm basically bending the fuse back on top of the talon and then putting the foil over the top of both of them. So that way I'm protecting the fuse isn't visible. I'm holding the talon in place and securing it to the side of the firework as well, like that. And that works quite well. The SOS fountain is kind of foil on the top as well, but I do need to put a little bit just to protect this fuse and keep the talon in place. So another little rectangle here. Like so. That's good. The little, this one here, this oh so quiet one, probably needs foil over the whole top, only because it doesn't have a foil top and it has a paper top. So I'll do a couple of strips over this. And when I say a couple of strips, I mean side by side to get the width. You can get wider foil tape than this. This is just the same width as the gaffer tape, so 50mm. And this firework is a little bit wider than that, so I'm just going to do a couple of strips to cover the entire top. One and two. That's good. Right, let's do this little cricket fountain. Again, no foil top on this, so I might just, I'm going to foil the whole thing or just the fuse. I think I'm going to just do the fuse on this one. So a little strip of foil tape over the fuse and the talon, so bending the fuse back on top of the talon and then putting this over to hide the fuse, keep it shielded, and to prevent any movement from the talon, because of course I'm going to transport this board, take it off the stand, but transport the board to the firing site in Liverpool. So obviously I don't really want the talons moving around, so the less movement there is on those, the better. So a bit of tape over here, like so. Protects the fuse, keeps the talon in place, job's good. If you get one table done tonight, even though it's illegal at this time, you should let a Brexit off. Yeah. So I'm not going to do that because, you know, my channel, I like to promote the safe and responsible use of fireworks and the legal use of fireworks. And in the UK, it is illegal on most nights of the year to set off fireworks after 11 PM at night. Not everybody knows that. But yes, because it's now 10 past midnight, I can't set off fireworks in my garden. Now, I say most days of the year, there are some exceptions, like bonfire night in Diwali, Chinese New Year, you can do fireworks up till midnight. New Year's Eve, you can do fireworks up till 1 AM. The rest of the time, every other night of the year, you can only do them up to 11 PM. And then you can only do them after 7 o'clock in the morning. So you couldn't like set one off at like 5, 6 o'clock AM. You can only do it after 7 o'clock in the morning. So 7 o'clock till 11 PM are when you can legally do it any night of the year, with a few exceptions, as I say. So will both displays be on my channel? Yes, they will. They won't be live because obviously when I'm firing these displays, I need to be focused entirely on the display and not what's going on in the live stream. They will be filmed though, and I will then put the footage on my channel in the week or so after, if I've got any energy left after these two displays. But no, they will appear on my channel. You can go check out my channel. You can go check out my channel for the videos of the last year's display. We did streams like this last year for the setup for those. You can watch the setup. You can actually then watch the display itself on my channel, and we'll be doing the same again this year. So thanks for your question on that, Sparky Power. I like the name, that's good. Right, let's do the jelly beans fountain. This one I am going to foil the whole top of. So this will require 2 strips. I will get some wider foil tape as well at some point. I mean, most of the fireworks, you know, one bit is wide enough, but for some of the bigger fountains, I need to use 2, so it would be useful to have some 100mm, 150mm wide foil tape in my arsenal as well. That's that one. And there's that one there. That's good. That's nicely protected from fallout. So I've got these little traffic cones now to get some foil tape over. So I'm just folding the fuses back along the talon, and then I will just foil tape across the tops of those. Even though these fountains are small, they will still burn through this foil tape, no problem. Are you using talons to light fireworks? Do you add any delay into the scripting to account for the fuse burning? Yes, I do. Obviously, if you're using eMatch, you get an instant light. Using talons, there is a delay. I try and minimize that delay, as you'll have seen, by clipping the talons as close to the entry point of the firework as I can, rather than at the tip of the fuse. From experience, I mean, you know, I've been doing this years, I've been using talons for years. From experience, I allow 3 seconds. So if I want this to fire at 10 seconds into the show, I will ignite this at 7 seconds, knowing that it might take about 3 seconds. It's not always exact. Sometimes it can be 2 seconds, sometimes it can be 4 seconds, sometimes it can be a little bit either way. But this isn't a pyro musical, okay? So this isn't set to music. So the timings of things, they don't have to be to the nearest millisecond. Obviously, if I was doing a pyro musical, everything will be E-matched. Because I'm not, I can get away with using talons. But yes, I do account for it in my script and my programming. And I usually allow 3 seconds, and I find that tends to be okay. I know some people use 4 seconds. It's just, you know, each to their own, but 3 seconds I find works okay. And we should just talk about waterproofing as well, because foil tape itself isn't going to waterproof them. You can waterproof all the fireworks individually. The great thing that I've found with these fountain tables, because I've done them fairly small, I can just put a great big bin bag over these. So I can set these up on the firing site, check they all work, put a bin bag over it and leave it till just before the display, whip it off, and it's great. And that's a really quick and easy way to waterproof a whole fountain table, rather than have to waterproof each one with cling film individually. So do you have any selection box reviews coming up on the channel? I don't think there's any coming up at the moment. There are some selection box reviews on my channel that I did last year. I don't think I've got any coming up at the moment this year, but hey, who knows? I'm open to it. Yes, I do not condone the use of fireworks legally, just joking. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, 3D printer guy. But obviously not everybody knows the rules. Some people think, yeah, it's fine to do fireworks at whatever time of day or night you want, and it's not. And that is a relatively recent change in the law. I say recent. You know, when I was growing up, I remember I was trying to impress a girl once, my girlfriend at the time. I must have only been, how old must I have been? I must have been about 20, 21. My girlfriend was staying over and I wanted to impress her, and we were outside in the garden, you know, we had a campfire going and we were toasting marshmallows and stuff, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, oh, let's set off some fireworks. Set off some fireworks at 3 a.m. And in those days, it was perfectly legal to do. Yeah, the neighbours didn't like it. Yeah, they complained, but I wasn't breaking any laws. So obviously you can't do that anymore. Laws have since changed, and now it is illegal to let off fireworks after 11 o'clock at night. So looking forward to them, and setups are great too. I enjoy it just as much as the show. Yeah, do you know what? I've had so many comments over the last year, and indeed even recent weeks, saying, when are you going to do your live streams from your garage? They were so good last year, we enjoyed them. And like, yeah, I enjoyed them as well. And so I'm glad you guys are here. I'm glad you guys enjoy these. I hope you find them fun. I hope you find them educational as well. I know a lot of you say don't actually watch this, just have it on in the background and listen to it. Some of you even put this on and fall asleep to it because of my voice. Okay, fine. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. Some of you watch the replays. Some of you have been commenting on the streams last year. I know some of you in the last few weeks have been watching the setups we did last year, rewatching them again this year and commenting on them. And I really appreciate that. I do read all the comments. So thank you for that. I get just as much buzz watching setup videos as lighting fireworks. Oh, that's great. Thank you. I use bin liners for cakes, putting the wire through the bag and using a zip tie to shut it, and that works quite well. Yeah, that does. I have actually got, and I did show these on the stream last year. Where are they? I got these from Amazon. Clear bags, but these are like really, really heavy duty ones, like a roll of them from Amazon. The great thing about them being clear is you can still see the fireworks underneath. If you use black bin bags, yeah, they still do the same job, but you can't see what's underneath them. Clear ones are the way to go. Heavy duty ones especially, these are great. And then, so I use these over the fountain tables, but then they double up as rubbish bags for putting the spent fireworks in at the end, which is great. So dual purpose. So yeah, big roll of those from Amazon does me quite well. Phil Speedway says, is your day job fireworks or something different? It's something different. I do fireworks professionally. I do crew for a company. I do my own displays as well. And of course all the YouTube stuff as well. But it's not my day job. It doesn't pay the bills. There's not that many people in the UK in the firework industry that make a full-time living from it. Yeah, if you're an all year round firework retailer, yeah, of course you make it. If you own a firework display company, yeah, of course you do. If you crew for a company, no, you can't really make a living from it, in all honesty. So no, this isn't my day job, but I do this professionally, as well as, you know, as a hobby as well. I've kind of been into fireworks for as long as I can remember. Yes, love it all. Planning, shopping, setup, watching others set up. It's all good, says Bulletproof Mum. 3D printer guys, same in the model Rocket World, 7 AM till 7 PM, I believe. I plays to car horns in built up areas as well. Yeah, it does, you're right. But it's one of these things, it's like, who actually polices it? You know, yeah, you're not meant to use your car horn in a built up area after 11 o'clock at night, but if you go in a built up area and use your car horn after 11 o'clock at night, do you know what I mean? Who's there to stop you? And that's why you get, you know, I hear fireworks going off at 1 AM and stuff, this time of year. Who's gonna, you know, who's policing that? So that's not to say you should do it. Of course, it is illegal, but people get away with it because it's not really enforced. Right, just the little strobe to cover now on this one. It's the same fun as being kids in the 80s looking at them all through the newsagent's window. Yeah, and that's one of my earliest memories of fireworks. I used to go to the newsagents across the road with my dad. You'd see all the selection boxes there, all in the glass cabinet, and you'd look at them and you know, there'd be some open on display and you could look at them and you'd buy one and you'd take it home, and I'd get it out on the dining table and I'd take each firework out and read it and look at it, and, you know, great memories. Right, so I'm just foiling the top of the little Yorgi strobe. Like that, that's good. Happy with that. So there we go, guys. We just about finished one fountain table after 3 hours and 25 minutes. You know, if I wasn't streaming, that would have taken me about 20 minutes to do. Never mind, though, I am not complaining because it's been so much fun hanging out with you guys. What time are we on? 20 past 12. What should we do? Should we do a bit more? Should we end there? What do you think, guys? Are you up for a bit more? Bulletproof Mum has to go. That's fine. Absolutely. Needing your bed, that's fine. See you next time. Thanks for being here for the whole stream, Bulletproof Mum. To this point, I really appreciate it. Great to see you. And hopefully, you know, if I stream again tomorrow, maybe I'll see you in the chat again then. She says thanks for the stream. Thank you. Let's do 4 more tables, says 3D printer guy. Okay, well, let's work that out. That's taken me like over 3 hours to do. So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 more hours. 15 more, 12 more hours. Yeah, it's not going to happen tonight. I know I'm not going to get all 5 of these done. But that's fine. We can go a little bit longer if you guys want. There's still 9 of you here watching, so let's do a little bit more. Let's move on to the next one. Yay! So, yeah, this one's going to have the Hocus Pocus on. It's going to have the Snappy Days on. I might, though, because I still need to... Because I've only, like, added these in, like, in the last day, I need to just work out my channels. I had the spare channel on this one for it. I don't know if I've got a spare channel on this, so I need to just have a little look. Marko is full of the giggles. Well, you know, it's past midnight, isn't it now? So How many of the 9 have fallen asleep? I don't know. I do know people put this on in the background and like to listen to my voice as they fall asleep. I don't get it, but hey, if that's what helps you get to sleep, that's fine. So, do you have a day off tomorrow? I am fortunate in that I am self-employed, so I'm my own boss. So I have more firework prep to do tomorrow, but I don't have to be, up at the crack of dawn to go to work as it was. So yeah, I mean, I get that this time of year, like the last 2 weeks in October, try and scale back my day job a bit, so I've got more time to do this. So I'm quite fortunate that I can do that. So 3D printer guy says I'm guilty of that myself. What, falling asleep, listening to my streams, watching my streams. That's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Oh, right. So yes, I was just going to look where I can fit in these blue flames on this one and this one, given that I've got, because obviously we've got the extra bits on here, we've got this, we got the firestorms, and we've got the strobes. Let's have a think how we can do this. Okay, so we've got the 3 traffic cones, the 4 little Vulcan fountains, the wheel, the strobe, the crickets, the T1 crackle. I could maybe do the T1 crackles a bit different. Basically, I've used up all 16 channels on this board and this board without accounting for the flare, so I need to free up a channel. So if I did, how many? I've got 5 of those. 1, 2. Yeah, we could redo the crackles a little bit, the T1 crackles. That might be the way to do it. So we might redo the crackles. So instead of having a T1 crackle on each of these, we might have 2 at an angle on A, 2 at an angle on E. I've only got 5 of them, and 1 on C going up. What's that going to look like? Yeah, that might work. That might be an option. Let's see what other options we have. Wheel strobe. I do want the wheel on. I do want the strobe. Crickets. Hocus pocus. Yeah. That needs to go on there. Hocus pocus mine attack. Or we could lose one of the mine attacks. Or we could do all the T1s as a fan from C. That might look quite good. Decisions. So I'm planning this as we go along. So. Baby Pete says, do you spend any time with your daughter? Yeah, of course I do. But obviously, it's midnight. My daughter is 3 years old. My daughter went to bed hours ago. So yes, I do spend time with my daughter. This doesn't take me away from spending time with my daughter. It's very important to spend time with your kids. And I would never put this above spending time with my daughter. But obviously, because it's the middle of the night, it's half midnight, my daughter went to bed hours ago. So yes, I do spend time with her, but obviously not right now because she's in bed. That would look good, I think, says 3D Printer Guy. What, doing a fan of 5 of these from the center table? Yeah. I think it's either that or we do a V from the outer ones and one center one there. What's going to look better? Actually, do you know what? 10 of you watching at the moment. I think I can do a poll on here. Let me see. Start a poll. Let's do a poll. So, 5. Oh, how should I rig my T1 crackle mines? 5 fanned from center table, or 2 in V formation from outer tables, and 1 in, that's too long for the options, 2 in a V from outer tables, 1 up in center. Well, that's still too long. 2 up in a V and 1 straight up. There we go. That fits in. Right, let's start a poll. There's 12 of you watching. It's interactive, folks. Okay, so there's a poll now in the chat. So the options are, I'm having to rejig. Right, let's go back to the start. I'm having to rejig this. I've just got these quite exciting Celtic 60-second Bengal blue flares. I want to have one on each table. In doing that, I'm using 17 channels. I've only got 16 channels available on this platform and this platform. So originally I was going to have a T1 crackle mine shooting vertically up from each of these 5 tables. In order to free up a channel on here, I need to take the crackle mines off these ones. So the options are, I could use all 5 on this center table and have them all fanned out. So these are going to crackle mines, so it's going to be a shot that's going to crackle. I can either do all 5 fanned from here, or the other option is I could do 2 in a V formation from this outer one, 2 in a V formation from this outer one, and 1 up in the middle from here. So let's see how the vote's going. At the moment, you guys think that we should do 2 in a V and 1 straight up. 57% of you. We'll keep the voting open a little bit longer to see what you guys think. So the options again, 5 of these little T1 crackle mines from the center fanned out, or from the outer tables as V's with the extra one in the center going up. So 2 different effects. One will be fanned, one will kind of have them going off in different directions, like a V and a center one. So 7 of you have voted so far. There's 12 of you watching and 7 of you have voted. So, oh, that's a good question. What gaps have you got between the tables? So at the moment, only a very small one. No, but actually on the display site, these are going to be about 4 meters apart. So the display width about 16 meters. So each table approximately 4 meters apart. So this one will be 4 meters away from that. That one will be 4 meters away from that. 16 meter width, give or take, thereabouts. So 3D printer guy says yes, a fan of 5. Oh, guys, the votes now 50-50. Marco is in thinking mode. Yeah, as I say, I haven't choreographed this display. I'm kind of, it's being choreographed in my head as I'm setting it up. It's kind of the way I work. And we're having to make a little change now to be able to accommodate these quite exciting blue Bengal flames. So I'd stick with my vote on 2 in a V on these outer ones and 1 in the center. Okay, that's what JLK thinks. 3D printer guy is saying a fan of 5. I love this interaction. I love the fact that you guys actually are now having an input into how my display is going to look. We did this last year with these diamond ones. You guys had an input into putting these into my display. You guys are now having an input on what we're going to do with these crackle mines. And it's great because I will go with whatever the vote is. I'll put them into my display and you'll be able to watch my display and actually see this effect and think, I had an input in that. So I love that. I love that we can do this on YouTube. It's great. 56% of people are saying fanned from the center table. Let's see, we've got 10 people in the chat at the moment. If you're just joining us and think, what are we voting on? I'll explain it one more time. I've got these little T1 crackle mines. When I fire them, it sends up a big crackle, several meters, maybe 5-6 meters high. Does it actually say how high they go? It doesn't, but it does say safety distance in direction of effect 20 metres. It doesn't go as high as 20 metres, but radial safety distance 8 metres, that's fine. They go up high and they crackle. I've got 5 of them. I was originally going to do 1 on each of these fountain tables. These are going to be 4 metres apart across the front of my display. I've realised that actually I need a channel back on these 2 tables to be able to accommodate these flares. So I need to take the crackle mines off these 2 tables. The question is, what do I do with them instead? Oh, I've just thought of another option. I could do 3 fanned from the centre. And no, that's not going to look as good. No, we'll stick with the 2. We won't complicate things. So the options are, I can have 5 on this table, all fanned out. So 5 shots, they'll all go up together simultaneously, crackling from the centre. Or I can do 2 in a V formation from this table, 2 in a V formation from this table, and 1 up in the centre like that. So 60% are now saying fanned from the centre, 40% are saying from the V's at the side and 1 up. So Baby Peach says spoil for choice. 3D Printer Guy says it's 50-50. If it's 50-50, you'll need more crackle mines. Yes, I will need more crackle mines. Last year, I think I had about. I think I had 2 on each table in a V, didn't I? Or did I just have them on 3? I can't remember what I did last year. But anyway, I've got 5 of them to do something useful with, and I'll probably use them as part of the finale. If you're here earlier, I was going to use Brexit. It's a big fanned cake. It's quite impressive. It's a dumb cake. We're going to use that at the end with other things. I'm thinking I might use these as part of it as well. So actually, they might look quite good from the centre, fanned out at the same time that Brexit's going off, or a split second after. So when Brexit breaks in the sky, these are going to crackle from the centre out. Might look quite good. Yeah. We'll leave the voting open just for 1 more minute because I want to crack on with this. But at the moment, it's looking like 5 from the centre is how it's going to work. And whilst we let that voting open, we'll just talk about how you wire these up then if you're going to use multiple ones. So these are T1 pyrotechnics. They come with a wire on. There's a little igniter inside, an e-match inside, and these plug into your firing system. If you're using multiples of these, there's different ways you can wire them. You can wire them in parallel or you can wire them in series. I tend to, for all things that are e-matched, if I'm doing multiple ones on the same channel, I will wire them in series. For talons, I always wire them in parallel. I have gone into the differences between them before and why you do one or the other, but basically that's what I do. Other people do different things, but for me, talons I always do in parallel if I'm doing multiple ones on the same channel. E-matches I always do in series if I'm doing them on the same channel. Could do 3 in the middle as a fan and 1 either side pointing in. Yeah, 3 in the middle as a fan, 1 pointing in. Yeah, that might look quite good as well, mightn't it? 3 in the middle and then 1 pointing and crossing. Oh, yeah. That's an idea. Yeah. Maybe another poll is needed. The winner from this poll and the 2 on the left and 2 on the right and the 1 in the middle. Yeah, we're going to be here all night doing polls. I quite like the idea of 3 in the middle and then 2 crossing over on the sides. Do I like that more than 5 fanned out from the middle? What's going to look best? Well, I think we've kind of ruled out the 2 from the V's and the 1 up the front. So maybe I do need to do another. Maybe I do need to do another poll. Okay, so let's do another poll. Let's engage with you guys again. Oh, I might need to stop the first poll. So end poll. Right, let's end that poll first. There we go. Right. And thank you everybody for the 10 people that voted. I really do appreciate that. We're going to do another poll. And this will be the final poll because otherwise we'll be here all night doing polls. So, right. How should I rig the crackle mines vote 2. Okay, so the options are going to be 5 fanned from centre table or 3 fanned from centre, 2 crossing. Oh, God. You're limited to how many characters you can type here. 3 fanned from, I'm just going to put centre as CTR. CTR, 2 crossing in. There we go. So I'll set this poll and then I'll explain the options. It's a bit annoying you kind of limited to the number of characters. Okay, so this is second poll. So we've narrowed it down. The options now are 5 fanned out from the centre here, or as who suggested it? 3D printer guy suggested 3 fanned out from the centre here and 2 on the outer ones firing inwards, crossing over. So you'll have 3 going up and 2 crossing over. Those are the options. And actually, if I was to do that, I could actually delay them slightly. So I could have the 2 crossing over first and then the 3 shooting up rather than all 5 going together. Just a short delay, like a split half-second delay or something. That's an idea. I'm kind of actually liking that. But let's see what you guys think in the chat. So 5 votes so far, and 80% of you are saying 3 from the centre and 2 crossing over, and 20% say 5 fans from the centre. Poll now worry about the rest of the tables tomorrow. Hey, listen, if I wanted to do this and I was bothered about getting this done, I would just not stream. So my display is still over a week. It's how many days away? Well, of course, we're now in Friday. So it's a week on Sunday, this one. I've still got another one to do as well. So, but I've still got a little bit of time to play with. So I'm not kind of right up against it that, actually, guys, I've got to switch this off and I've got to get this done. So we can have a little bit of fun. I know you guys enjoy this as well. So thanks for playing along. 5 votes. We'll leave this going for a few more minutes. So I'll just explain the options again. I've got 5 crackle mines. I'm not quite sure how to rig them because I'm having to move them from where I was originally going to do them to make room for the blue flares. The options are I can have 5 in the centre here, all fanned out, all shooting off at the same time, all doing crackles in the sky. Or I can do 3 in the centre and 2 on the outer tables crossing over and potentially delay those, maybe do those ones first and then the 3 up, or do the 3 up and then the 2 over and do it that way. So those are the 2 options in the poll. I'm limited to how many characters I can put on the options, so hopefully that explanation makes sense. We've got 5 people voting, 8 people actually watching at the moment. We'll leave this open for 30 more seconds and then we will close it. 3D printer guy says that's why I love single shots. Yeah, and that's why I love single shots as well. It's just a shame there's not more available for consumers, is all I will say on that. Yes, if you're a professional and you have access to F4 products, then yep, single shots are great. It's great that there are some T1 products which are of course available to consumers. Not widely available, but you can get them and you can legally use T1 products without any form of training or competency. But yeah, I wish there were some more single shots. There are some classic do some F3 single shots which are nice, but they're quite expensive. They're about £4 a shot, which, you know, if you want to do a pyromusical as a consumer, that's going to soon add up. If you need a few hundred single shots at £3-4 a time, it's quite expensive. So there's not a massive amount out there. The ones that are out there, there's not a particularly big variety. So it is really difficult for consumers, non-professionals, to be able to do pyromusicals. And that's a shame because electronic firing systems are becoming more readily available to consumers. Okay, yeah, Firetech might be out of the range of most consumers, but things like the Ignite firing system from Cobra are making electronic firing more accessible to consumers. So it's just a shame there's not a bigger range of single shots out there to allow consumers to be able to design and fire their own pyromusicals. But maybe now that Ignite is on the scene in places, you know, and systems like that, that maybe we'll start seeing some more single shots in the future, hopefully. Right, okay, 6 people have voted now. Thank you to the 6, half dozen people that have voted. I'm going to end the poll because it looks like we've decided that we are going to have 3 in the centre and 2 from the outer edges crossing in. So thank you everybody for voting. Thank you for being part of my display. I appreciate that, and you'll be able to see the results of your input on my video for my actual display. So thank you for that. 3D printer guy says, yeah, just not the demand. I think you're right. There isn't really that demand at the moment from Joe Public to do pyro musicals, but people that are not professionally trained and aren't able to access and use Cat 4 products but still want to do pyro musicals, it's really difficult for them. But anyway, right, we've decided now we're going to do 3 crackle mines fanned in the centre and these 2 from the outer ones crossing in. So I will need to redo this one, doing it more of an angle. I'll work that out at a later stage. I just need to update now my patch plan to take out the T1 crackles on table 2 and table 4, and that's fine. That then leaves me space now to do the flames. Brilliant, we are all good. So let's move these up there. Let's just move that there. Let's put those there. And let's put the flames at the end. Great. Okay, and those can go up there. Brilliant. We are all good. So I've had to move stuff around. So the flame was originally in 15. It's now going to go across to 16 on this one. Brilliant, that's great. Right, thanks for your input, guys. I do genuinely appreciate that. 3D printing guy says, I guess most 30mm or smaller single shot could be made F3, but the testing and certification is not worth it. Yeah, and I think that's it. It'll be cool watching the display back and seeing that part. Yeah, and you know, thanks for your suggestion on that. You're the one that suggested 3 in the middle and 2 coming in from the side. So yeah. Thanks for that suggestion, and that will now be part of the display. That's what I love about it. I love that we can interact this way on YouTube, even though you guys can't talk to me as I'm talking to you. You know, we can still interact, and you guys can have an input on the design of my shows. I really like that. So thank you for that. Right, okay. So that's good. We've got enough channels free now to do stuff on here. So this is going to have. Oh, let's remove that random screw. This is going to have the traffic lights on again, so red, yellow and green. It's going to have the little TNT crickets fountain on. It's going to have Hocus Pocus. It's going to have these. These are great. You know, they are cheap as chips. These are like £3 each, £3.50 or whatever. 100-shot little crackling coloured pearls things. But they come on these plastic bases, and these are so annoying. I get why they do them. It's obviously for stability, so it can stand up. But if I stand up, I don't know if you can even see that on the... It's not exactly vertical on this. It's at a jaunty angle. These are horrible. They make it really difficult as well to kind of, you know, put these up against a post, for example. If you wanted to attach... If I had these firing in a V, very difficult to get them on a post because you've got this off. So I tend, most of the time, to snap these off. They're just plastic. I get why they're on, but really I'm going to be securing it in a different way anyway, so I want to take this off. They are glued on, so they are sometimes a real pain to get off, but they do eventually, he says. Nearly there. Wow, that one was really well glued on. Whew. But that's fine, we're off now, so that's good. I can now stand that up. There's just a few little bits of plastic I need to just break off here. Yeah, this one was really well glued on. There we go. So yeah, it's not the prettiest underneath, but I haven't actually altered the performance of this firework in any way. I've just taken the plastic stand off so that I can affix this how I want it to be affixed onto my fountain table. So that's going to go in the center. Obviously it won't stand up now, but that's fine. It will once we've got the brackets in place. 3 of those, that, and that. What else is going on here? The flame. I feel like there's something missing. Well, let me just double check my... I've had that issue before, so 3D printing guide, yeah, with the bases on those, yeah, little candles. They are a little bit frustrating, aren't they? Oh yes, and of course we've got the Firestorm candles to go on here, and the Vulcan mines. Just tighten this up so it doesn't move around. Okay, so let's get the brackets on for the little traffic light fountains first. That's great. Excuse me while I come across the camera. There we go. There's those. And what we'll do, we'll just bend these back so that they are the right angle. Oh, I need to screw that one in a touch more. Better. Bend these back a little bit so they are more flush with the angle of the cone. That's good. Move these out of the way. 3D printer guy, I will have to leave at 1:15 sadly. That's okay, 3D printer guy, I totally understand. I'm not going to be streaming all night because I need to rest my throat. But we will certainly do this again, all being well, tomorrow. Similar kind of time, give or take. We'll see where we get up to. And then more streams probably over the weekend and into next week as well. So I do appreciate your company here though this evening, 3D printer guy, and thank you for your suggestion of the crackle mines. And yeah, I think that's a really good solution. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, so I'm going to need some brackets for the TNT cricket fountain. Let's get this one in. Go in there. Like so. Hocus pocus, Now again, this is a fountain and a mine combination, so there is a little bit of recoil on here. It's not a particularly powerful mine. I mean, in here there's 130 grams in total, and you get a fountain, a silver fountain, and then it changes to a mine. You get a silver fountain and a mine, silver fountain and a mine, so 3 times. It's a little bit of recoil, not a lot that I'm going to have to do lots of making sure this is, you know, gaffer tape to the max, but we'll get a couple of brackets on. 3D printing guy, I might try and get some crackle mines to try myself. Yeah, they're actually really good. They are available in different colours. You can just get some like blue mines, red mines, silver mines. I like the crackle mines because they're good. You can fire a number of them simultaneously, and they're actually quite good to kind of boost the finale. And it's all about those different layers as well. So we're going to have Brexit going off in the background. It's going to be nice and high. But having some crackle at this level, there's also going to be some, where are they? Are they in this one? No, they might be in this one. No, I'm not sure which box I put them in. Never mind. There's going to be some little fireballs. Oh, here they are. Gemstone fireballs as well. These are great little like cracking granule things, but they go with a bit of a pop. So these are going to be at ground level on the grass. I did them in my display last year. They're really good. These will be matched as well, so they'll go simultaneously. So these are going to be on the ground level, going a big crackle. There's going to be these going off at this level, doing a crackle. And then, of course, Brexit and stuff going on in the background as well, and a few other things as well. So that's going to be part of my finale. So multi-layered. But I do like these crackle mines because it's a bit of a noise to them. Sending off a load of them together is quite a good finale in itself, to be honest. So yeah, do try and get yourself some of these if you can. Say the T1s, they are available to anyone. Right, I'm going to need some brackets then for Hocus Pocus. And some screws. And let's work out where's the best place to put the brackets for this. So I think I'm going to do one there, and then one here. Yep, that will be good. Yeah, that's going to be a good finale. Yeah, I try and mix it up a bit. I try and do something different each year with the finale. And as I've said before, I'm doing 2 displays. I'm doing one in Liverpool on the Sunday and one closer to home here in Manchester on the Monday. Different finales in each. This one's going to use Celtic's Brexit primarily as the finale bit. My one in Manchester is going to use 2 Celtic Ghost Riders spread out. That's going to look absolutely phenomenal. So that's going to be more of like a red finale. So there's going to be some other red things going on with that as well. Some red strobes and things like that. So I'm going to go really red on that one. But yeah, this is going to be kind of Brexity, kind of crackly gold brocade things in the finale for this one. So that's the plan. Let's get this bracket in here. It's a little bit of an awkward angle, but it's fine. It's good. And get this other bracket on. Excuse me whilst I come in front of the camera again. Well, I've been in front of the camera all the time, but you know, with my back to you, you know what I mean. I'm going to put this one in here. Great. That's good. So then I want to get the Snappy Days one in the middle. That one I think I'm going to need, I'll do it slightly off middle I think, just because I've got a bit more space like that. I think I'm going to do a couple of brackets for that one, just because it's a bit taller. Is this a display, a public display that anyone can attend? Yes, it is. Both of these displays are public. One is in Liverpool, one is in Manchester. The one I did in Liverpool last year, where I'm doing the same one again, well, not the same display, but the same location. there's about 500 people attending that one. This one in Manchester is the first time we've done it. We wanted to do something for the community, so I'm really excited to finally be able to put on a display for my community. We don't really know how many people are going to come. We're expecting maybe 500. It might be significantly more than that. We'll see. But yes, they are both public displays. Right, let me get some more. What was I doing? Oh yes, the snappy days. So I need some brackets. Did I get brackets out for that? No, I don't think I did. A 3D printer guy, shame. I am so far away I would have come and watch. Yeah, but again, I will be filming it, so you will get to see it. You will be able to see your little choreographed crackle. Is that a thing? Hashtag choreographed crackle in the end of the display. Right, so this is going to go there. Screw this one in. Whoop. Here we go. So I know 3D printing guy has to go in 15 minutes. Let's see if we can get this board done in 15 minutes. Given tonight's record, probably not going to happen, but hey, we can try. This still isn't amazingly straight. But we'll make it work. Yep, that will be good. Bend those in a little bit. Nice. That's good. Right, so what else is going on here? The blue flame. The live place. Dean is here. Hey Marco, marathon stream. Yes, we've been going 4 hours now. 10, 11, 12, 1, over 4 hours. 3D printer guy with the hashtag choreograph crackle. 3D printer guy says, you can do this. Referring to whether I can get this board done in the next 13 minutes. We shall see. Right, so we're going to do the flame here at the back. That's going to go there. Nice. And then we just need to work out the candles on here. So yeah, these are going to go off in a V. So they will be attached to the back like that, which works. And then the other thing, of course, I need to get on here are the minor tacks, which are these little fountain start. I might say little, they're actually decent size, 27.5 grams of net explosive content in each of these. Two different types. There's a crackle one and there's a strobe one. So again, the crackle one I might use as part of the finale, because we won't have any other. We're going to have crackle. We're going to have the 3 crackles going up from this one. We're going to have the crackles coming in from the side from those 2. We're not actually going to have any crackles on these 2, but we've got these crackle fountain start mines. The tricky thing is, though, because these are fountain start, is timing the crackle to coincide with the other crackle, which is going to be near impossible. So we'll see. Right, let's get these boxes out of the way. So the crackle mines, let's see how I'm going to do these. Let's make sure I get 2 the same first. Actually, there's going to be, yes, so that's going to go, we could do that like that, and then we could firestorm in the middle. That kind of works. Or we could do that and that, firestorm on the outside. I might actually firestorm on the outside, that's going to be better. Yeah, that would work like that. So a firestorm on the outside, mines like that. Yeah, I like that. I'm happy with that. That'll be good. If it's got crackle, add it. Yeah, that's right. And it does have crackle, but I say the difficulty would be timing the crackle, because these all start with a silver fountain. This one's a silver fountain, and then the mine is like a strobing mine, silver strobe. This is a silver fountain, then it goes to a crackle mine. But I say very difficult to time them. Okay, so we've got all our brackets in place then now for these. So let's start affixing. I don't think we're going to get this done by 1:15. Never mind, never mind. You get the idea anyway with them. So we need to release the fuses on these. Let's get this out of the way, clear a bit more space on the little traffic lights. So these little fuses just sellotaped to the side of the firework. I'm just releasing them to make it easier to attach the towel onto, so they don't get caught up when I gaffer tape them down. Always tomorrow, or today is it's Friday now, yeah. My voice is starting to go as well now. I've been struggling through with a sore throat all night. I'll just have a little drink. There we go. Dave H says, "Hi Marco, love your channel." Hi Dave, thanks for being here and thanks for your comment, I appreciate that. So I'm just setting up some little fountain tables for one of the 2 displays I'm doing in the next couple of weeks. This one's going to be in Liverpool, home of course of the Beatles. I lived and worked in Liverpool for a decade, and you do get a little bit sick of the Beatles after a while. Everywhere you go, all you can hear is Beatles music blasting out everywhere. Don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-Beatles, but you know, when you hear, that's all you hear for a decade, it's yeah, it gets a bit much. This one, the fuse has actually come out. I say it's come out, I've kind of pulled this out. It's fine, it's repairable. Should just go back in like that. And what I probably will do is stick a little bit of... Have I got any tape match down here? I don't think I have I? To get some tape match on that just to hold that in place. So we might have to come back to that one. That's fine, that's the green one, we'll leave that there for a second. We can put the yellow one in position. We can put the red one in position. And we will gaffer those in place. 3D printer guy, I got a question about a specific eMatch brand and how well it works. Lighting Visco, if it's okay, I'll ask you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, cool. Ask away on the forums, that's fine. I mean, the general rule is if you've got an igniter brand and you're not sure how well igniters work with fuse, the best thing to do is test it. I say I've invested in a new firing system, FireTech. I'm going to be using it for the first time on a show, on this show in fact. And I've done a lot of testing. Doesn't guarantee nothing's going to go wrong on the day, but you know, I'm more confident in it now that I've done some testing. Right, there's the red fountain in position. Yellow one in position. The green one we're going to come back to because I need to just tape the fuse down on it with a bit of tape match. And we can do the TNT cricket fountain here, this little fountain here. And for those of you just joining, watching from the States, you can actually get this exact same fountain over in America, which is unusual because usually we have completely different fireworks to you guys, but this one's available in the UK and in the US. Which is a nice little thing. Oh, we need to put some double-sided tape on the bottom of that. That's what we did on the first board. So let's be consistent. He'll give me a reason to use a small selection box this week. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, test it on some fireworks that are, you know, not that expensive. I mean, I've been testing a lot of talons and stuff with the FireTech system this week, and I've just been connecting the talons just to tiny little offcuts of Visco just to check whether they fire and how well they fire. I did film it as well. It will be on my channel in the coming weeks. Obviously, my focus at the moment is getting these displays ready for bonfire night. So let's get the crickets fountain in place. We'll also put some double-sided tape on the bottom of Hocus Pocus to give it a bit more support. That's going to go there. That's good. So we can tape those down. Let's do the crickets one first. I'm going to move this one out of the way a little bit so I can come around this side. Make it a little bit easier for me, he says. Go, there's that one. We'll do the Snappy Days one next, which is this tall one here, which has got two brackets on, one at the front, one at the back. I want to make sure that tape is around both of them. There we go, so that can't topple, that can't go anywhere. That's good. Hocus Pocus. I might do I know? No, it'll be fine. I was just contemplating whether or not to do another bracket on it, but it's got two. It'll be fine. There's not a lot of recoil from this, even though it's a mine. It's quite a tame mine. Again, everything's at F2, category F2, so there's nothing like excessively powerful in this display, really. And the reason it's all F2 is because my audience are so close. It's a very kind of restrictive site, so I don't do the bigger fireworks, don't do anything F3, don't do anything with 30mm tubes at F2, so everything's kind of tame. But that doesn't mean you can't do a good display. You can still do a good display with tamer fireworks. And if you go on my channel and look at the display I did in Liverpool last year, you'll get an idea of what's available and what you can do, what you can achieve with F2 products. What's my preferred igniter, eMatch or Talon? eMatch. Although Talons do have their place. All these fountain boards in this display are all going to be on Talons. All the cake's going to be eMatched, but all the fountains are going to be Talons. Talons have their benefits in that you can do all this prep beforehand. With eMatch, you really kind of need to do your prep on site on the day because there's more risk involved using eMatch. Whereas Talons are stabler, they're safer, so you can do all this beforehand. So Talons have their place. If I was doing a pyromusical, I wouldn't be using any Talons. This isn't a pyromusical, so I'm not really bothered about exact millisecond timing. But yeah, I prefer eMatch. eMatch gives you instant ignition on fireworks. So yeah, I prefer eMatch. Good question. I like that question. Right, that's on there. That's nice and secure. That's not going anywhere. Let's get the this. If you just tune in, what are these? These are new from Celtic Fireworks. They're T1, so they're theatrical pyrotechnics, technically for outdoor use only. 60-second blue flame. I haven't actually seen these yet, but I'm curious to try them. So I thought let's throw them into this display and see what they're like. I was just checking the height of this actually, because obviously flames, they don't send up showers of sparks, they send up a flame. I have no idea how tall the blue flame is going to be out of here. Given that it's going to last 60 seconds, I'm imagining it's not going to be more than a few inches. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't too low down. If this only came up to the height of here, you might lose a lot of that, because my audience is going to be this side. They wouldn't see the flame because this would be in the way. But actually the height of these, for all intents and purposes, is pretty much the same. So this can sit at the back here, and it's not really going to be obstructed from view. In fact, there we go. Yeah, the minimum safety distance in the direction of the effect, i.e. that way, is only 1 metre. So we know that the flame is not going to be more than 1 metre high. And that's what I like about these pyrotechnics. So F2 and F3 products, they tell you what the minimum spectator distances are. So for F2 products, it's either 8 metres or 15 metres. Most T1 products will tell you 2 safety distances. A safety distance in the direction of the effect and a radial safety distance, so how far away you need to be. So this has a safety distance and direction of effect of 1 metre and a minimum radial safety distance of 1 metre as well. So similar to like an F1 product, I guess, is the closest thing I can equate this to for those of you who are not familiar with T1 products or Bengal flares. There we go, that's there, that's good. So that's all in. Oh, what I've not done the little Yorgi strobe on the front. Let's get that in. A 3D printer says, good night, all. I will see you the next time. Yeah, which will hopefully be tomorrow, if I've had some sleep. But thanks for being here for the Duration 3D printer guy. Really appreciated your company over the last 4 and a bit hours. So have a great night and see you on the next stream, all being well. And welcome to everybody else. I see we've got 12 people watching at the moment. Welcome everybody if you're just joining us. If you're new and thinking, what's all this about? My name's Mark. I'm in the UK. It's 20 to 1 in the morning right now. I'm streaming live on YouTube. Fireworks, I do fireworks. I'm a professional pyrotechnician. It's not a day job, but I do it professionally. And I'm currently just doing some prep for one of my displays coming up for bonfire night. I've got 2 displays on my own displays this year. One on the 3rd of November, one on the 5th of November. The one on the 3rd is in Liverpool, one on the 5th is in Manchester. And we did the similar kind of thing last year. I streamed all the prep and stuff and you guys really liked it, so I thought we'd do the same kind of thing again. But of course this time I've got 2 shows to get ready, 2 different shows as well. It's not going to be the same products, the exact same products in both. I have limited space where I'm doing this in Liverpool, whereas I've got more space for the one in Manchester, so I can do some bigger fireworks in that one. So 2 different displays, but hopefully both will be good. So these little strobe units, these Yorgi strobe fountain JS21. I really like them. I use them in pretty much all my displays, if I'm honest. They're technically classed as a fountain, but they don't produce a shower of sparks. They just produce a strobing, really bright strobing light for 60 seconds. And you can get other ones as well. Celtic do some similar ones, but I did a side-by-side test comparison of these. You'll find that video on my channel, and actually these performed better than the Celtic ones, in my opinion. So we'll get this attached on here. Like so, that's good. And then, yeah, we're going to get these diamond candles in. Dave H says, do you buy your fireworks online? Some of them I do, some of them I buy in person. I'm fortunate, excuse me, that I live quite close to a specialist firework retailer that I have a good relationship with. So I do get some of those in person, and some of the ones I do get online, yeah. So that's going to go on there like that. This one's going to go on here like that. I did a similar setup with these last year. There's not a lot of power in here, so I'm not particularly concerned about recoil from these. But let's get these in place. They are a little bit tricky for one person to kind of hold at this angle and tape, but we'll give it a go. I managed last year, so. And these are by Diamond Firework, and these are actually as a result of what we did on the stream, these kind of streams last year, where we talked about sort of cheaper brands of fireworks, value brands, rubbish brands as some people call them. And I basically made the claim that I didn't think there was any such thing as a bad firework. So I put my money where my mouth was, went out the next day and bought some cheap diamond candles, put them in my display, and actually they kind of worked all right. They held their own against some of the bigger, more professional products. So I'm actually going to use them again this year because I was that impressed with them. And they're cheap as chips, like 140 shots of red, green, blue pearls for about £3, £3.50. Really good value. Oh, didn't do that one long enough. So as we said earlier, you can cable tie these down, or you can use tape, or you can use a combination of both. All I would say is when you cable tie candles, you have to be really careful not to over tighten the cable ties. If you over tighten the cable ties on this, you can actually squeeze the tubes and deform the tubes, and it stops the shots coming out, and potentially they explode inside the tube and your whole firework comes apart and it's a bit messy. So just be wary of that if you are going to cable tie Roman candles. There we go, that's good. That's not going anywhere on that side. Have you tried the Hong Kong candles? I have indeed. In fact, I have one knocking around somewhere. Hong Kong candles, for those of you who don't know, are made by Celtic Fireworks. They're big long candles. This kind of size, I mean, this is a Yorkie one. This isn't a Celtic one. Celtic ones, I think the Hong Kong candles are 30mm diameter as well. They're category F3. Sadly, I wish they were F2 because then I could use them in this display. But yeah, Hong Kong candles have been around for a while. They're okay. They're not quite as good as like the old Shellscape candles or Shanghai candles, but they're the closest thing we have to them nowadays. So yeah, they're good. They're okay. So this one's going to go on here like that. Let's get some tape. So we are 125. We'll go a little bit longer and then I'm going to call it a night. But this isn't the only live stream there'll be. There may well be another live stream tomorrow. Similar kind of time. Maybe some more over the weekend. Some more next week. I've got lots and lots of prep to do for these two shows. Go. And then we need to get these mines on. Need to make sure we get these the right way round this time. I say this time, like in my display last year, I used these. Say there's some of them are crackle, some of them are strobing. I got them the wrong way around in my display. I had the crackle ones going off when I wanted the strobing ones to go off, and the strobing ones going off when my crackle ones should have gone off. So I want to make sure I get these the right way around this time. So those are the strobe, that's the crackle. We'll do the crackle on the rear, and then that's the strobe, that's the crackle. And then we know they're going to be good. So they're going to go on like that and that. I think I might actually put a little bracket under these as well, because again they're a fountain. They start with a fountain, start mine, and then they go to, well, the fountain, and then they go into a mine. So there is a bit of a recoil from these. Not a massive recoil because they're not big mines, 27.5 grams. So I might just put a little bracket underneath just to prevent any recoil from that. Let's work out where that's going to need to go. Actually, I can tape it on first and then put a bracket underneath. Let's do it that way. That makes sense. Right. So yeah, this is a set of 2 mines from Vulcan Fireworks called Mine Attack. Both start with a fountain, silver fountain. One then goes to a strobing mine and the other one goes to a crackle mine. And they're not bad, they're F2, category F2. I got a really good deal. I got a box of 10 of these. So I got a really good deal on them. That's not going to be long enough. Let's get a longer piece. That's good. So that's the crackle mine on the back, and then we're going to do the strobing mine here on the side. What do I want to do? Let's have a think. Do I want to do... Which one am I going to fire first? So that's probably... Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's going to be fine. Sorry, just thinking to myself there. Where in Liverpool is your display? It's very near the cathedral. If you're familiar, I don't know if you're familiar with Liverpool, but it's stone's throw from the cathedral basically. So it's in quite a built-up area. I say space is quite limited. That's pretty good. Just going to tighten up a screw on that on the other side. Where did I put my long reach screwdriver? Here it is. Better. Which cathedral? There are two. Yes, you are correct, Dave. There are. Yes, it's near the Anglican Cathedral. It's literally across the road from that at a little church called St James in the City, which is just across the road from the Anglican Cathedral. But you are right. Yes, there are two churches in Liverpool. Two churches, two cathedrals in Liverpool, both of which are quite impressive buildings. The Anglican Cathedral, I think, is the widest cathedral in Europe, I believe. It's something like that, some sort of claim to fame that it has. That's good, and we'll do another little bracket for the other one as well. Mind you, we can't really kind of quite get much. It would be better doing some sort of bracket that way maybe on this one. Have a think about that. I'll have a think about how I'm going to do that one. I'll come back to that. Right, let's get the two on the other side. So we get the crackle one on first. Not the neatest, but hey, you're not going to see it in the dark, so it doesn't really matter as long as it does the job and stops it from falling over. Right, let's get this one in. She's going to go there. There we go, we'll put a little bracket under this one. Pretty good. And then we'll just do a little bit of tape. Only 5 watching at the moment. Hey, listen, I don't mind. I don't care if nobody's watching. We did have 20 people watching at one point, I think, a little earlier. Thing is as well, you know, a lot of my audience are UK audience. I know not everybody is. I know we've got people all around the world watching, and I appreciate that. But it is 20 to 2 in the morning here in the UK. Most people have to get up for work in the morning. I'm fortunate in that I'm self-employed. I'm my own boss, so I don't have to get up that early in the morning. Although I do have a 3-year-old daughter who does tend to wake me up pretty early every morning. And as well, I know lots of people watch this on the replay as well. Recently, people were watching the replays that we did similar streams of this time last year. People were watching them just a week or so ago and commenting on them. So I do appreciate you guys when you go back and re-watch the streams. I do read all the comments that you guys post. Right, so there's that one pretty much done. I know I've got to do a bit of a fuse work to fix that fuse on that one. But overall, there we are. We've kind of got 2 boards pretty much done today. Oh, I still need to wire this one up, don't I? I think we're going to do that in the morning now, guys, because my throat, I have been struggling with a sore throat and guitar stuff all day. And I really need to rest my voice. So we'll do some more live streaming tomorrow, all being well. Similar kind of time, so around about sometime between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening, UK time. If you're on the East Coast of America, take 5 hours off that, and that's the kind of time. But enable notifications, subscribe to my channel if you're not already subscribed. Enable notifications, that way you'll be notified when I do go live. And yeah, good job I'm retired, says Dave. Yeah, indeed. So listen, thanks everybody. I appreciate everybody that's been here. 5 people still watching. If you've been watching all the way from the start, if you've got this on in the background and not really watching but just listening, I appreciate your company. It's been so good to have you guys here. Thanks to everybody that voted in the polls earlier as well. You actually got to design part of this display, which is really exciting. So thank you for that. And I say we'll be doing more streaming tomorrow. But for now, my throat's really sore. So, and it is 20 to 2 in the morning as well, so I need to get some sleep. So thanks everybody for tuning in this time, and I hope to see you all on the next stream as well. Until then though, I am going to say night-night. Well, if it's night time where you are, it certainly is here, and see you all soon. So thanks everybody, and bye.